in a big kind of bloviated Cheney suit like the one that Christian Bale wore.
Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
You can see the roots of the paranoia that Trump has in what he uses to attack everyone else and why he thinks everybody's a crook because I'm a crook. And the only difference between me and them is I don't use email, so their emails must be just full of criminality.
Hal Sparks. Live, local, and progressive.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Hi, I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan, and I don't need, a little backstory if you didn't see my morning show this morning, and if you haven't, I don't know what's wrong with you. Infotainmentwars.com. We don't need the documents. We have it all memorized. There's so much to talk about. It's difficult on some news days to even find a place to start. So many moving parts, so little time. Right now, Biden is in Ireland because it's his island. And there are obviously multiple spots in the on the world stage where there's a lot of international movement that directly affects us on a domestic front. All of that, as well as signs and wonders dealing with our own economy and our own life here at home, and the ever changing. Well, I suppose it'll settle at some point. It would kind of have to. Movement of our economy from a system that we've had in place for the last, say, 57 years, and to a new version of reality that will look wholly unlike the Bretton Woods deindustrialization of the United States supply chain spreading across the world, just-in-time manufacturing system that we have grown to expect as the system that we all use in the country, and the labor relations and struggles that go on in the United States, how they will shift and need to shift, and the challenges that are ahead for working people in the United States, the change in how consumers will get the items that they need, or decide, I suppose, in some cases that some of them are completely unnecessary. And one of the areas where there seems to be a lot of mental struggle these days is about inflation and the Fed rates and banks and the money system and yada yada. And from the money printer go burr crowd, the people who believe that the United States government, in response to COVID, turned on the money printing machines and flooded the economy with too much cash, besides being as silly as it is ignorant, because again, COVID popped a hole in the economy that was $20 trillion wide, and the U.S. government tried to patch that hole with $6 trillion of direct investment. And I don't know about how your math works, but you can't patch a $20 trillion hole with $6 trillion, no matter how hard you try. And that $20 trillion, by the way, does not even incorporate the potential lost income, productivity, and potential business that will spawn forever down any myriad of timescapes, like Doctor Strange looking at all possible variants of our future, that were destroyed as people were killed by COVID. And those people, their lives ceased to be, and the extension of what they may have done with their lives, both their wants, needs, desires, and ability to build things, vanished in that moment. And on top of that, let's not forget people who are living with long COVID or deal with the ramifications of the world experience of COVID in an ongoing fashion. And so this idea that as much as economists and some politicians might want to pretend that that was an invisible moment, it was nothing, it's way in the past, that happened 35 years ago, and I don't even remember why we did what we did in response to it. The reality is that we are still in the worldwide throes of dealing with the ramifications of this pandemic, and our choices that we made in handling it, both good and bad, and not just ours. The effect of other countries dealing with this, and how, in the case of China, they went zero COVID until they didn't. lying the entire time, by the way, about their numbers, lying about the idea that they had 4,000 deaths in a country of allegedly 1.2 billion people, which I call in question. I would argue that China has less than a billion people, and there are plenty of numbers to back that up. But we could table that argument for another time, but I stand by that assessment. And in the process, over the last few months, China alone has lost a few million people since they turned off zero COVID and pretend like nothing ever happened and have tried to move forward. And right now, through Macron's visit or other visits, and they're kind of playing footsie back and forth with Russia because they need the fuel from there, but they also, the rest of their economy, the energy that they get from Russia is very valuable as far as their function. China brings in somewhere in the order of 80 to 85% of the fuel and the food that they consume, which is, for a country, even a small country, that's a lot of trust game you're waking up every day playing with the rest of the world. And in this particular case, it's worse all the time, because it would be one thing if you found yourself indebted to the nations of the world for your sustenance, for your ability to function, and for your ability to, I suppose, take a giant leap forward to get past poverty and all and the like, develop a space program and satellites and a functioning Navy and things like that. All the things that you allegedly are doing or trying to do or want to do, while at the same time doing almost nothing to shore up your at-home energy supplies, but for coal, and your at-home food supplies, which are dwindling by the day. I don't know if you'll recall, we live right now, and again, I'm Hal Sparks, I'm filling in for Joan today, and we'll be taking your calls today. 773-763-9278 is our number. We live, and I feel like sometimes that I sit on a giant talking points graveyard. Think back over the last year, especially during the Ukraine war, but even going back a couple of years from, pre-Jan 6, pre-Trump, realizing he was losing in August of 2020 and deciding to come up with this "when I lose, it's because it's rigged" storyline that he was going to sell because his own internal polling told him he was a loser. And he knew it and believed it, but everybody around him, he figured he could, BS and shuffle his way through. That did not turn out to be the case, because Donald Trump is a lifelong loser and a screw-up, and that's his gig. It always has been. And the people who, follow him, and the people who insist that he is their hero, either refuse to recognize this or just pretend you won't notice. Think back to all the talking points that you have heard over the last, 15 months in particular, that are now dead. A great one is the price of lumber. If you'll recall, there was a period where there was never going to be another home sale in the United States. This was just last summer and the summer before that. This came up twice. And lumber was an enormous story. That was that. Eggs themselves. We're never going to see the end of the egg blight. That, by the way, they wanted to blame on supply chain issues unaddressed by the Biden administration, instead of the avian flu killed millions of birds and birds lay eggs. And therefore, in the world of chicken and the egg, you're going to have fewer eggs if you have fewer chickens. That's just by a factor of at least 12, by a dozen. And this goes on and on and on. Every aspect of this. We are, if you'll recall, according to Seymour Hersh and others, especially the tanky crowd, the explosion that took out the Nord Stream pipeline, which I still assert was a Russian pig, a pipeline inspection gadget dragging explosives, because Russia has cameras and sensors all along that pipeline, and if it blew up because the United States sent divers down, they would have the footage. And they have no impetus not to release that footage if it exists. and they would have at least, I don't know, footage of their cameras going dark when American ships were in the area, or some series of actual information, none of which they have released, none of which they are putting forward. When they had assured the Germans, for example, that that pipeline would be the most monitored pipeline in the world because Germany and Europe care a lot about the environment, certainly more than Russia does. But that explosion by itself was supposed to end the world. That was going to trigger World War III, if you'll recall. The sanctions were going to trigger World War III. And I don't mean we're obviously in a version of World War III right now because the world is involved in a war in Europe. But the World War III, which is a nuclear exchange, and we all, in the immortal words of Dan Aykroyd and Spies Like Us, get the paint stripped our house and give our entire family a huge orange afro. Think back. I want you to really, and callers, if you're going to call in 773-763-9278, think back to one of the world-ending, economy-destroying, dollar-wrecking, labor subverting talking points from any time in the last 2 years that no longer applies to your worldly experience at all. And there's always going to be another one. The question is, you know, there are those who will believe, and we got to take a break. There are those who believe that the big tech and the big pharma and big everything controls the media, and therefore they dance to this drummer, and these are a distraction to keep you from focusing on the real problems. Which, to that I would say, why would it stop you? Why would it stop you? I don't mean the generalized you. I mean you specifically. Why would it stop you or distract you if you know it's a distraction? You're not stupid. You're a smart person. It's obviously, well, you know, the news takes up a certain amount of your brain activity, but you haven't stopped caring about getting health care to people who can't afford it. You haven't stopped caring about making sure people have a living wage, have you? So are we in a post-distraction era? Are talking points just toilet paper, and the propagandists are having a real hard time? We'll be back right after this. We're going to take your calls as I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. I'm Hal Sparks. 773-763-9278. This is WCPT, Chicago's Progressive Talk.
We have callers, Bob from Indiana and Jim from Chicago.
Excellent. There we go. Yeah, so, and by the way, chat room, yeah, I'm filling in for Joan. Perfect timing, because at least I'm not tired and my throat isn't sore. So I'm going to be talking a lot for the next few hours. I'm going to be in a coma after this is all over, but wish me luck.
15 seconds.
Thank you. By the way, Lady B, you're wonderful, and hi.
I miss you.
Miss you
and
too.
Johnny.
Yep, we're coming. We're coming your way soon. We're gonna make a meal out of this at some point before summer break, or shortly thereafter. We'll figure out the timing of it. We're gonna do a Chicago get together.
Okay, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
We're back.
Thank you. Welcome back to the show. I'm Hal Sparks, filling in for Joan Esposito. We have callers on the line already. 773-763-9278. Who do we have first? Lady B, who is wonderful.
Jim from Chicago.
Oh, right on. Okay. Jim from Chicago, how are you?
Hi, Hal. How are you? Are you in Chicago? Beautiful weather here today. I can say that Tucker Carlson's got it. Anyway, yeah, I hope you're enjoying it wherever you're at, wherever the heck you're at on the planet. Anyway, I was going to say Tucker Carlson has an interview with Trump.
Yep.
And Trump says that the police, the sheriff were crying, cracking. Everybody was crying.
Yeah.
They couldn't believe that they were arresting Trump. But I mean, I watched it personally. I didn't see any of that. But anyway, then I listened to a religious station opens up with this. Trump is being with Tucker Carlson again. He says, well, atomic bomb. He said, anybody madman can pull up an atomic bomb.
Yes, global warming is nothing next to nuclear warming. Yeah.
I mean, but the idea that this idiot would say something so insane, everybody knows it. I was in grade school going under my desk in the 50s for years. All eight years of grammar school. I knew it was some man that would bomb me, kill us all. But the interesting thing about a religious station is it reminds me of Sinclair Lewis with Elmer Gantry. That was the theme of that book. The big business to form the religious message. They did it for political purposes. They didn't care what the religious purposes were. They just
it's simpler than that, my friend. Jim, it's simpler than that. If I may, you've got an entire sub industry now of doom sprayers. Right now, social media has, on the one hand, it's been a great equalizer where somebody like me, I can live stream and get my message out in a way that was impossible. I would literally need all of the working elements of CBS radio and CBS television to get out the images and the story that I would want out now. It's an incredible thing. We live in an amazing time, right? I have free software that does everything that the switching software at CBS took 9 people to run. That's incredible. However, it has created a substrate of doom sprayers that now make their living. They've seen the dollars that Alex Jones made. They've seen the dollars that end times preachers and, quite frankly, the sex they get from their trapped cultish followers. And they've said, how do I carve off a slice of this? We are beyond the area where it takes even an enormous media or tech or industrial superpower to control enough people to make an actual functional change in certainly in local elections, if not national elections. And these folks recognize it, and it doesn't ever have to pay off. It is sinners in the hands of an angry God. We are all dangling on a spider web over the fire, and it's only by the Lord's whim that He's not dropping us in. And the best way to save yourself from that fire is send me money.
Who was the Puritan that gave that speech?
John Edwards. Yeah, the original John Edwards speech.
Jonathan Edwards. Yeah, Jonathan Edwards. Yeah.
Not the one who has the love child and went with Carrie, but the other guy. Yeah, that guy.
Thanks, Joe. Take care.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. It's an important thing that, and I, as a Gen Xer, and I maybe Jim's on the boomerish sides of things. I don't know, but the world has been ending my entire life. And there is a difference between taking righteous and intellectually sound precautions and trying to stabilize your country and your politic so that you don't descend into madness on the regular. That's why we vote, and that's why we decry political violence, especially in all forms, by the way. Sorry, anybody who's like, even the punch a Nazi crowd, I'm sorry. Unless you're physically in a war and you're both wearing uniforms, knock it off. We're not punching euphemistically Nazis, and we're not picking up fights just for the heck of it. If you're talking about a democracy and you're talking about political differences, nobody is fighting for you in Congress. Can we address this point since, I don't know that this gets addressed on CPT at this hour, but there are 2 red flags that I see all the time when politicians are talking. One is, and my chat room, who is alive and well right now, will know this, the word outrageous. Anytime a politician says these charges against me are outrageous, these accusations against me are outrageous, what my opponents are saying about me is outrageous, that means they're true. outrageous is a very malleable word. It can mean things, there can be outrageous lies, and then there can be outrageous assertions about you that if you dare say them out loud, it's an outrage. And that word spackles over whether or not you're lying or telling the truth. So anytime, please keep on the lookout. Anytime you see a politician say, this is outrageous, just understand that whatever they're being accused of or whatever they're trying to defend themselves against is 100% true. It goes right along with my adage, one of our favorite Sparksisms around here. You can't leak a lie. If anybody claims or decries a leak, they're like, this is a leak and the leaky leak. If it's a leak, it's true. A lie is just a lie. You can't leak a lie because you're just lying. Doesn't exist. It's not a real document. It's not a real plan. It's not a real thing. You're not leaking it. You're making it up. So anybody who ever says these leaks are egregious and I'm being leak, that's an admission that it's true. Trump does it all the time. I don't know why nobody's tapped him on the shoulder about this. It's just goofy. This goes along also in sort of these terms about, outrageous things and the leaking, that in the story that we are told, there's always this element in the news where if it bleeds, it leads. We've heard this our whole lives, that human beings aren't really interested in reading a newspaper story about what's happening in our own kitchen or living room. We want to read a story, and I think the rise of true crime podcasts and true crime stories is a great indication of the entertainment value of, and you can see it in your community. If your community likes a lot of true crime, it's a reaction to their belief system about certain things. That's a whole conversation philosophically I would love to have one day. But you don't read the news for normalcy. You read it for warnings about outliers. And one of the things I believe, another Sparksism I suppose, is that worry is weaponized imagination. And the only problem with a news story that warns you about a genuinely concerning issue, be it foreign or domestic, economic, intellectual, political, or spiritual, that if it passes the point of your brain moving into a situation that thinks about functionally two things. How can I address this in my vote next time around, or in a possible legislation that goes forward, or a protest that I might participate in? But, how do I move the ball as far as letting my voice be heard about this particular issue? Or how I, as a human being, look at how this is playing out, think a story like Madoff or Skrillex or Enron or Armando Montalongo as the causative point behind the big financial crash of 2008. All those elements where you, as an individual, can look at a news story that materially, I'm here to tell you, will come and go before you ever have any kind of an impact on it. It won't even be a talking point by the next time an election rolls around. But it can reflect on you back to you. You can look at that story and you can go, all right, what would I do? What would, how would I affect change in this circumstance? What original, because of the diversity of human beings and our diversity of experience, which has value, what original idea or take would I do on this? Or how do I handle this that's like other people around me, that maybe it's a knee-jerk reaction that I'm having to it. Maybe I just hate it because I hate it, but I don't move past that. I get so angered by a story that I'm parallel, with it all the time. I just kind of, it's like a passing train. I could see it's moving. I could see it happening, but it's not impacting my life. I'm going in the opposite direction. Or that you fight, flight, or freeze, move into that area. If the story can't reflect on you and kind of give you a philosophical lesson in how you would handle it, or it's on a scale that is totally outside your responsibility scope and is on such a ginormous scale that you couldn't individually do anything about it in the short term anyways, then it is not worth your worry. It might be worth your intellectual exercise. It might be worth a discussion with your family about a possible issue, and if it came up, what will we do? It's nice to, when you hear about a fire in a town where an apartment building burns down in the news, making sure that you have batteries, you've changed the batteries in your smoke detectors, and your family has a plan if a fire starts in the house. That's a great response. And it does a lot to remove your anxiety, your worry, and your concern. But if all you do is consume apartment fire video all around, and it's the same one, you see 9 different clips of the same fire over the course of a day, the human psyche is delicate, and it will go, oh my God, I'm surrounded by fire, and the only option I have is to freeze and shake. And there's an entire industry hoping you do that. We got to take a break. We'll be back. More of your calls, 773-763-9278. I do have a point that I'm going to get to about how the news manipulation goes on, and it has nothing to do, I'm sorry to tell you, about ad campaigns from big pharma in newspapers making sure you don't know the truth. Sorry. We'll be back. And yeah, I don't know why my screen is, I don't care. I'm sitting during the show, guys, because I'm so exhausted. I'm like, I'm going to have to do this whole show. So thank you, chat room. And do we have other callers, Lady B? Just want to.
Yes, we do. We got about 3 more callers.
Excellent. Okay. We'll clip right through them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And Senor Space Gusto, I did. I set a hard alarm and I asked Summer to smack me if I slept past it. I slept for about 35 minutes. And
We're coming back.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back to the show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito today. I'm normally on the weekends. If you want to check out the show, it's Hal Sparks' radio program, Mega Worldwide. It's me, Johnny Million. And lately it's been my friend Philip Ittner, who has been joining us from Ukraine, giving us direct reports there. I'm one of the few people on CPT, or even in indie media, as they call it, that has their own correspondent in Ukraine, and an opinion or two about that has been formed because of the actual information that I'm getting from there, as opposed to the theoretical and whatnot. Now, we have a lot of callers, and it's Joan's show, so I want to get to those. Who do we have next, Lady B?
Bobby from Indiana.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Bobby, welcome.
Well, here's another nice mess the Trumpies have gotten themselves into. Drat.
Egads.
Well, egads.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Uncle Ned, I like Aunt Stephanie out in California.
Mm-hmm.
I think this indictment stuff is just ducky.
Yep.
But if at some point
mm-hmm.
it does not end somewhere with him getting some certain reasonable amount of jail time, it will, in my opinion, it'll be for naught, because I just can't see how there can
I
really
disagree,
be
my
any
friend.
justice at all.
Oh, I disagree, my friend. Oh, yes. And here's one of the reasons I do, is because Trump as an individual is under more pressure than he has ever experienced in his whole life, including his time as president, which is hysterical to me. And Trump himself, the day he goes to jail will be the most relaxing day of his life, because it will be over. He will, in his mind, have been martyred. His own supporters will look on to him like some sort of hero to the right, and all he's got to do is wait it out. He knows he's going to lose the next election. He can't win in 2024, period, end of story. He doesn't even have the Republican votes to pull it off. And so he doesn't even have to follow through anymore. There's a lot of that happens on the right with the myth of the argument. By shutting people down and not letting them say their piece, a lot of people will assume in the back of their mind, in our charitable nature, that they actually have a valid argument. It's just awful. When in reality, he doesn't even have that. And Trump, his prison is happening right now. He wakes up, if you check out what he posts on Truth Social or the kind of stuff he talks about on there, he wakes up screaming every day and screams himself to sleep every night. This is, for a man like Trump, punishment. Dwindling resources, dwindling impact, a fading empire. His favorite daughter has run off with her husband, his son-in-law, to take the biggest slice of the pie that he was, participant in carving off for his family, and it's not even going to go into his properties. He knows this. Truth Social is dying, and everything he tries eats crap. There is a material element of justice in this that is happening currently. And that said, I do believe he will end up, the Trump organization's been found guilty on a bunch of different cases. And that's going to keep coming. It's already happened once. There's going to be probably 8 more Trump org cases in New York before they full on lose their law license, their business license. And Alan Weisselberg has turned on him. His short sentence is actually more indicative of somebody who's going to serve up part of Trump. That's where the indictments came in. That's what the secondary crime they were talking about, the doing these things in the commission in the furtherance of a crime. That's what they're talking about, what Alan Weisselberg has testified against him in the grand jury for the indictment. And as this goes forward, that's the part that will play out. And meanwhile, he has 2 other cases. Georgia, which he will probably be the easiest one for him to slip, and the classified documents one, which will come down the hardest on him and is losing him, but right-leaning independent voters or, hyper-centrist, whatever you want to call the people who, don't really pick a side but might have gone with him because of the whole mythology of him as a businessman. That's gone now. That myth is dead. And those folks think that part is ugly. The Republican Party, if you listen to them really talking amongst themselves, whenever the classified documents thing comes up, as much as they were mad about the search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, the more the details come out, the worse it looks for him, and they hate him for it. So there is a chance in that regard. But I would also say, even if he ends up with just an ankle bracelet or home arrest because he's old and he'll pull a Harvey Weinstein and show up with a walker with fresh tennis balls on the bottom of it, pretending he doesn't know where he is, like the Golden State Killer, right? He's in prison right now, a prison of his own making. And the classified documents case is serious. It has legs. It is enormous. And nobody on the right wants to defend him about it. Does that help?
So,
yeah.
Well, if he doesn't end up behind bars, your feeling is, and I would accept this, that he will have such a small following in the end that even he will have a hard time hearing them.
Yes. Yeah. That he is,
okay.
And what he'll do is, by not going to jail, it will not give him that power over his followers that he is that great martyr they've been waiting for. The minute they put him in a jail cell, there is a certain chunk of his followers who will view that as a revolutionary act that they have to move on. And some of them might decide it's their time to become the next Timothy McVeigh. And I would argue that none of the lives lost in a ridiculous moment like that are worth him spending 24 hours in a cell when he's this miserable already. I would rather watch I'll
agree with you on that.
Yeah. And that's the concern. That's what's been the concern. That's why they've been dragging their feet in this regard, because you have to destroy the myth before you take down the man in this particular situation, because his followers are not following Donald Trump, the human being. They are following Donald Trump, the icon of their own making. And as that fades over time and they, effectively let the air out of the tires of this ridiculous parade float that these people are worshiping, it gets easier and easier to have him experience some level of comeuppance that won't cost extraneous lives. David Koresh was a ridiculous human being. He was evil and cruel and grotesque and horrifying. And yet, in the process of going after him and taking him down as swiftly as they did, when they should have, I think, arrested him several years before when he first started running guns, when he was not at the compound, and let that place, the Branch Davidians, which had been there before him and would continue on afterwards, if they'd, handled that a little better, recognizing the threat, fewer lives would have been lost, including, by the way, the Oklahoma City bombing, which Timothy McVeigh showed up as a fanboy for David Koresh and was selling bumper stickers during the whole Waco debacle. You have to be aware of that, and I think we are in the modern era. And Trump, January 6th, showed us that there were a group of people that would follow him and follow his orders and build a gallows. I can't stress this enough. Build a gallows on the Capitol grounds, and that they apparently brought wood and plans and rope, and someone tied the noose, and someone brought bolts, and it was functional as a structure. They built that thing to hang Mike Pence that day. You can't just, recognizing that that's a real thing, wrap that dude up and throw him in jail on January 27th after, Biden is sworn in, without that same group of people that haven't been arrested, thinking this is the time to rise up and doing some awful great day of the rope. You can't do it. So what you got to do is spend as much time as you need letting the air out of the tires, deflating the Macy's Day Parade that they're like, dear God, look at this angelic cloud floating in the air, when it turns out to just be a giant Cheeto in a diaper. And it makes a fart sound and it lands on the ground, and they recognize it was just a balloon all along. And that's what you have to do for the safety of your fellow Americans. That's my thought.
Well, you've got me looking.
I'm just here for another perspective. I'm just trying to give you another perspective on this, and I genuinely mean this. I'm not being facetious. We can look back at a series of domestic terrorism moments in American history that have to do with the virulence of a particular group of followers around a particular issue, or worse in some cases, a particular human being like Jim Jones or David Koresh or people like that you must take into account when you're dealing with them. And now people like Trump will benefit from that. They will use that to their advantage, because the civilized world doesn't want something like that to happen. And he actively uses that threat all the time. He even tried to gin it up to get people to come to New York. And if you'll notice, it didn't work. And that's a great sign. And that's one of the reasons why these cases are starting to move forward, because his influence is dwindling, because the myth is deflating. And as slow as Garland has been, and as annoyed as some people are that it's not moving faster, I would argue that the human lives saved by not, being singular of focus about throwing this idiot in jail when he's miserable enough, even in comfort. Because again, my friend, I think we both know that there are people who, reoffend so they can go back to jail because they get used to the idea. And then there are people who are super rich and miserable in a way you and I can't comprehend. If you had as many creature comforts and cushy elements in your life as they had, you couldn't imagine having a genuinely miserable day. Everybody gets grumpy once in a while, but you'd understand that there's a floor that's way higher than most human beings on the planet, much less your fellow countrymen. So the idea that you'd be a grumpy, miserable jerk is sort of an absurdity, I would think, to both you and I. But in Trump's case, he's in an awful space right now, and I'm for it.
Well, if keeping him out of jail, he's cost us enough lives already, and if if keeping him out of jail will prevent any more of that, then then I'm switching my allegiance on that thought right here and now.
Well, look at that. See, and again, I still believe, especially in the classified documents thing, that he faces jail time as a possibility based on that. And by the time they get around to actually charging him and going through the trial, the vast majority of Republicans will be like, have already moved on in their own mind. If it's DeSantis, they'll vote for DeSantis. If it's Kasich, they'll vote for Kasich. They don't care. They got an R on the shirt. It doesn't matter. And that they've already, every one of them is looking. They've got a 1 foot out the door with him. And that's important. And you want them to move in that direction because you might be able to have an argument with somebody who supports someone like Kasich or Mitt Romney. And you'll look back on the days when that was our political opponent in terms of the Republican Party and go, as awful as they were, again, the floor was way higher. When it's someone like Trump or DeSantis, you're really sewer dredging, in the world of political opponents. And the Republicans are looking for a way out. They just want us to do it for them. And I'm not ready to oblige them yet because I don't think they've learned their lesson.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I'll agree with you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate it. Yeah, I got to take a break, but I got to take a break because it's not my show. It's Joan Esposito's show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm just filling in, and thank you for the call. More calls after this break. 773-763-9278. I don't want that because that's noisy. Okay. Let's see, we're going to go to the sun right over. Hi, chat room. For those of you that are joining me right now, this is from our lovely friends at Crooks and Liars. Inflation has cooled for the 9th straight month. Now, granted, a lot of this is due to monetary policy and a bunch of other things, but there's a floor under which it pretty much won't go because it has nothing to do with monetary supply. And the sooner the Fed learns this, the better. But Powell is a Volckerite. He believes that raising interest rates will solve this problem and that it'll also give them some wiggle room in future because we've got to get it back up to where you're in the 4% range as a norm. So you at least have some ability to let, if your pressure valve is completely gone, and you have a recession or a crash or something like that, and you need to spur investment or you need to spur job growth and you've tapped everything out, your tank is completely empty in terms of those tools, you're kind of screwed. So he's not raising those rates because he's affecting monetary policy. He's raising those rates to give himself some wiggle room in case because Chinese consumption is tanking and their world recession. Welcome back to the show. We have other callers on the line. Who do we have, Lady B?
We have Springs from Phoenix, Arizona.
Springs from Phoenix, Arizona. Right on. That's a fascinating name. Springs, plural?
Oh, thank you.
Hi.
No, it's spring, like the season. Hi.
Okay, good. Yes, that's okay. My girlfriend's name is Summer. I'm with you. I got you.
I know. Like, my parents are total hippies. So
totally great.
Hey, first, I just want to say thank you for getting a lot of us through the last few years of awful, and continuing to weed through the awful out there for us because a lot of us can't stomach it without you. So that was number one.
Thank you.
Number two, I also wanted to mention that I find it super hilarious that the right side has outrage over cancel culture while they're tossing their beer out that they've already paid for. I think that is funny.
Oh, they're shooting it.
Beyond
They're
belief.
shooting beer cans that they
yeah.
purchased. I don't understand. Who cares where it ends up, dummy? That's how the product works. I got news for you. There is not a single beer company in the world that cares if you buy the cans and pour them straight into a urinal, whether they go through your system, again, because nobody buys beer, you just rent it, is the theory. They don't care. You're still purchasing.
Right.
They're selling the can, dummy. But this is true of, I think you would agree, this is also true of books, television programs that they think are, too open to diversity or shock them in their, in their diversity. It's quite absurd. So go ahead.
Yes. And then my last comment actually was I wanted some advice and from my fellow Gen Xer. How do you have a rational conversation with irrational right wingers? And the reason I ask is because I work in healthcare, and recently I was talking to a patient on the phone and just discussing their medical condition and things they needed to do. And he went on a tirade and started to tell me that he didn't trust the government, which is why he doesn't trust me. And he, it just went off the rails. And I tried to be polite to the point of, I don't want to discuss this with you. This is not appropriate to talk about over the phone with you.
Right.
I don't know you really other than, the phone conversations we've had because he's a patient and I'm in the doctor's office. And I just don't know how to shut them down in the best way to make them understand that regardless of my view, I don't want to hear yours.
Yes, right. Well, that's something you can't control. Somebody else is going to spout what they're going to spout. And again, your initial question has a trap in it, which is how do you have a rational conversation with an irrational person? You can't.
Right.
And your presumption is that they're not rational. And I would argue that they are rational. They're just basing their reasoning on faulty facts or assertions or beliefs that they have. A mix of faith propaganda and details that they think they understand. That's, you are talking to a rational person. They are just basing their rational decisions on flawed data. Let's just start there. So if you can look at it from that point of view, and the primary flawed data is that this guy thinks he knows you. And he doesn't.
Right.
He's telling you who you are and what you believe and what you think and that you work for, some nefarious group doing some awful to him. And at the same time, I would argue that this guy, and I'm just, I'm 3 degrees away from this at minimum, but I've experienced something similar, so we'll work on this together. But this guy is probably under the misapprehension that he is rational, that he is a good person, and he is facing off against some sort of evil in the world, or some bad force that's trying to destroy his life, his freedoms, his liberties, his guns, his whatever. Okay. So he, from a rational standpoint, he thinks that's the threat he is up against. So his imagination has been weaponized against him and makes him worry about everybody he comes in contact with. And it sounds like it's tipped him into an Alex Jones level of paranoia with you. So here's the first thing you can do. The first thing you can do is be cheery with him. It'll be an irritating, if he's truly a jerk. If he's truly a jerk, it will irritate him. But if he's not, and he's just deluded, it will put him in a different frame space. Because it's hard to be mean to somebody who's being nice to you genuinely. And if you can shift yourself into a space where because you don't have to like his ideas I don't have to like anybody's ideas to open a door for them. As a matter of fact, I don't care. I open doors for people all the time. I don't ask any of them what their politics are and their agreement. And in that space, in that moment, with your fellow human beings, they have to, whether they like it or not, admit that you're being polite. And then if they're not reciprocally polite, it reflects badly on them. So that's the first step. Be nicer than you might normally be, and try to do it genuinely. The other thing is that you can say to him, to start with, look, I don't know who you're used to talking to, but, that's not me. I don't know what you've heard from other people. I'm trying to talk to you. I'm a person, you're a person. Can we just discuss what we need to do for you to make sure you're healthy? Keep it in those confines and start excluding that conversation. Again, based on his character as a human being, he will have a natural kind of immunological, psychological reflex to push back on this. Now, you are also talking to someone who is ill. I don't know anything about their medical stuff. I don't want to know. But more than likely, if you're talking to them a lot, what do you work in a particular kind of doctor's office? Like, or is it a hospital?
Cardiology.
Okay, so it's heart stuff. Okay, great. So this guy more than likely has chest problems. He's experienced chest pains, and he might need a stent, and you don't like what he eats, and he's blah, 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 right? All the time. That guy is angry when he calls because he knows he's not exercising enough. He knows that, he thinks you're going to put him on a pill that's going to kill him and blah, blah, like this. There is a whole swamp of thoughts in this guy's head that have nothing to do with you and nothing to do with the government. And it has more to do with him and his wife or his dog or his loneliness than it ever will have to do with you. And the thing that will make this easiest is don't take it personally, because it ain't. He doesn't know you. He doesn't know what you think. You're a nice person. Like any awful thoughts he has about the Illuminati or the Pentaveret or some cave-dwelling Eloi that, the Morlocks or whatever that are going to, eat him as soon as the great, communist uprising happens, is that's all in his head. It has nothing to do with you. And don't take it on. A lot of people do that. Don't take it on. Just and the more you do that, you'll find that stuff will just start to naturally drop away. Then we get to,
and I do try to sort of like a toddler, give them something shiny to look at, or change the conversation to something else to move away from that. But it can be difficult because their voice volume
you're looking at
begins to rise, and they get
well, because they can tell you're being condescending. They're expecting condescension. They're expecting distraction. He's defensive against it. You really, and again, because you're only talking to him on the phone, it's way harder. It's way more, this is a Twitter reflex as well, but it's way harder for people to be mean to you to your face in general. Most people who are jerks online are very like, yes, please, and thank you in person. It's just a thing. And because you're dealing with him on the phone and he's got heart problems and all this kind of stuff, he's going to be guarded against any advice because he thinks it's condescending and he thinks he knows better, and he thinks you've got that. What you want to do is get him on a pill forever, so the pharmaceutical companies that pay for MSDNC can take his guns. That's what he thinks. So you've got to get as far away. You've got to get as far away from that thought in dealing with him as possible. Now, he's an example. We're anecdotal with this guy, but in general, that's the best way to do it. And also, an element of humor. Eventually, if you're having to talk to this guy again and he doesn't budge, you can start throwing in things like, look, I was at the Illuminati meeting and they've targeted you specifically. And I know the pills we're going to send you glow in the dark, but you have to take them. Otherwise, the great goat rising Satanists will be mad at me and they're going to dock my pay. Like, you can get into that zone after 5-10 conversations in, I would think. But I would hear the other thing is have him come in. Are you ever there when he comes in? Are you ever there when he comes in?
I work remote a lot of the time. No,
gotcha. Okay,
not really.
Yeah. Okay. So if there's ever a chance, and this is a weird thing because again I'm 3 degrees minimum away from this. If there's ever a chance that he's going to come in, and you can be there for this particular person, it's going to be way harder because you're a nice person for him to be a jerk on the phone when you've said hi or shook hands or gone. Even if he's seen your face when you go, how you doing? And you mean it.
Yeah.
Not like, oh God, here comes this dude, and your face is giving every signal that this toddler in human, in adult form is here to wreck the office for everybody, and I gotta come up with some sort of verbal tranquilizer to shoot at him like an elephant dart, or he's gonna make us all miserable. You can't sit in that space with somebody in that situation. And again, from a totally charitable situation and from a first do no harm situation, and because you're a medical professional and you do care, you got to recognize this is a guy with a broken heart. This man has a broken heart, or you wouldn't even be talking to him. And if you come at it from that approach, you'll find that stuff will diminish. He's still going to yell at other people, but do it less with you. And once he recognizes you're not a threat, it will throw a monkey wrench in his whole system, like Kirk lying to the computer. Everything I say is a lie. But if everything you say is a lie, then that was a lie. They have this thing.
That was a lie.
Right. So I would suggest that first. Don't look at him as a toddler. Watch how you frame it in your head when you're talking to him, and look at this guy as a person with a broken heart, and that will show through in how you're talking, and it will become harder and harder for this guy to either talk to you in a rude way or stick around. He'll pack up and take his business elsewhere. You know what I mean? Because he isn't at the point where he wants to grow path. Yeah. And that's how I do it with everybody.
Illuminati is plan B.
Yes, it is.
Right?
Well, it's plan C technically, but yes. Okay. Yeah, you want to throw that in there, whatever, and tell him that they're going to dock your pay using very blue collar comment with that, so he knows how absurd the concept is like, I'm still waiting on my Soros check. That kind of stuff works very well with these folks because they don't get it. But you are,
I got it.
Of course, we got to take a break, but you were lovely on the phone and easy to talk to, and that in and of itself can be valuable. That can be valuable, right? When you're talking to somebody like this, and you are a medical professional, and this is a guy with a broken heart. Hold that space, and then talk to him like an adult, and and check back with me. Well, and if I have to call him, I will. All right. Thanks so much. Absolutely. We got to take a break. We'll be back right after this. Yeah, thanks. It's the Joan Esposito Show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm just filling in because it's what I do. We'll be back after the news. Wait, this is the news. Yeah, we'll be back anyways. Chat room, did that make sense to you guys? Because I couldn't build up a whole plan without actually knowing the dude. The dude abides. That she's in a lucky situation, in air quotes, but still, because she's dealing with some people who have chronic pain, chronic illness, and issues that metaphorically and specifically, she's dealing with people that have a broken heart. And it's a good reminder. Most people in the world today die of a broken heart. Cardiac arrest, heart disease, call it what you want, but it's a broken heart. And if you can recognize that in the majority of your fellow humans, that the person I'm talking to, if they're in a bad space, has a broken heart, because that's probably what's going to kill him. You can, thank you, Slayer Chick. You can reshape how you talk to somebody. So at the very least, you can disarm the whole I'm condescending and being a jerk, and I already have made up my mind about what you're going to say before you even say it. That whole expectation that they have, you can take that away, and it just makes a conversation more possible. And that's always been one of my techniques when dealing with a difficult person, is that I'm always talking to somebody with a broken heart. All deaths end with heart stopping. Not necessarily. People's hearts continue to beat after their head's been cut off and the brain has died for a little bit. So it's a race. Believe me, it's semantical. It's not important. Yes, I am also doing my regular show because I love you guys and I want to be able to do the. We've got so much backed up vids and whatnot, and I think we're gonna find the. I think CSL will be able to find our the Trump interview with Tucker someplace. Maybe it's hard to say. It's garbage. Yeah, he's in there somewhere. But anyways, yeah, make it an actual conversation. Thanks, guys. You can be brain dead. Yes, your heart's still. Yeah. So the question is, got caffeine? Yes, I do. I have a little bit of caffeine, but it's not gonna help. At a certain point, there's only so much you like. Caffeine will start. It has diminishing returns. So I hydrated earlier. That's helping immensely. Geez, everyone dies of just how you get there. Yeah, don't lose your brain activity. Death is irreversible. Not sure if we know exactly why, but well, so far, Easy E Network, it's irreversible. So far, you heard Donald from Mar-a-Lago is next. Lady B, how much time do we have coming back?
1 minute, and we still got Ariel and David from San Francisco.
Great, cool.
I'm sorry, it's not a minute; it's 2 minutes.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I thought I was counting in my head a little bit. I wasn't too far behind. Yeah. All right. We're good. Checking through some. Yep, there you go. Okay. Checking stories. There we go. I mean, I don't know what parts I'm going to be able to even get to if we just continue to take callers. So I'll remind everybody. And again, it's not my show; it's Jones. So I'm trying to get to, those callers. I wish I could have answered some of the callers that called during Tom's show as I was waiting for the setup. Tom Hartman show. I was like, I have support, but I could, may I?
After this, there's a 15-second spot.
Excellent. Does Sal ever sleep? Yes, I do. I sleep very well, David, and I appreciate you asking. There we go. Yeah. This is good.
Attention, everyone.
There we go. I hear the beginning of this, but I don't
hear the end. Attention, everyone.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
Oh my gosh! And by the way, it feels weird being on the air in Chicago without Johnny Million with us. So shout out to Johnny Million, my co-host on the Saturday shows. He has a Twitch channel, as do I. Twitch.tv/Hal Sparks. Subscribe with Amazon Prime. It doesn't cost you a dime. Help us out. But he's also got one called It's Johnny Million. Much more music than politics. It's a good time. And you need that break, kids. We have more callers. I want to get to them because I will get in another rant and then we will So 773-763-9278 is our number. It's just open lines. We'll just do this. Who do we have next, Lady B?
David from San Francisco.
Excellent. David from San Francisco, which, as I understand, is gone, just like Portland. It was burned to the ground. It doesn't exist anymore. Once the Whole Foods disappeared, it fell into a crater in the earth and something like that.
I know, and it's turned into a magnificent pile of dung, and we've started to blossom all of the flowers of Golden Gate Park. So
life,
we know how to make a bad thing turn good. Yeah, we know how to make a bad thing turn good. Hey, well, I was listening to this business about Clarence Thomas and his benefactor. Now, this
Harlan Crow, who sounds like a villain in a Mark Twain novel.
Right? Yeah. Absolutely.
Colonel
Harlan
Crow.
The whole idea that this Well, what I'm looking at is he has a lot of properties. And if you go to his website, I think it's crowproperties.com, and then you go to the development section. Yeah, if you go to the development section, you can see that he owns different categories. He has office buildings, he has residential, and he has industrial. Now, I'm wondering whether or not the district attorneys of the nation should be looking at whether or not he has properties in their territory, whether or not asset seizure is going to be a thing with this guy. If he tried to subvert the United States Supreme Court and he damaged certain counties by corrupt rulings, certain counties might have a vested interest in regaining their losses, and Harlan Crow's assets would be up for seizure. And so, I've just given a recommendation that if you go to crowproperties.com.
I think it's Crow Holdings. Crowholdings.com is what you're talking about.
Right.
Yep.
Crow
Properties will take you to a lovely lady named Jen Crow who has a real estate business, and she seems lovely. But Crow Holdings will take you to his thing. And you're right to some degree that the problem is again not what's illegal, but what is completely legal. And in his particular case, buying up and usurping, and holdings are a fascinating word for real estate because most of us live in a house. And in some cases, people will own a house and rent it out to other people. So we have an investment property. But when you call it holdings, it reeks of this idea that, like, I'm going to buy up a bunch of houses and nobody's going to live in them. You know what I mean? That phrasing. We're just holding these things. We're just parking money in real estate, and we might decide at some point having people in those buildings is more trouble than it's worth. And so we just leave them empty.
San Francisco is eaten alive by that. Last election
That's exactly right.
Last November. Yeah, we had a referendum to tax the crap out of building owners that were keeping them empty. And there are less than 10,000 homeless in San Francisco, but there are 61,000 empty units in San Francisco. A 6-to-1 ratio of homeless to empty to homeless. And the idea that a guy like this can get a tax break by keeping them empty can create fake supply and demand. If there are 6 times more empty units than homeless people, then rent should be down to $100 a month, not $6,000 a month.
Exactly.
And the idea that there are people all across this nation that are shivering and forced into living in Airbnb and living in their cars and living on the street when a guy has holdings and then is trying to subvert the Supreme Court with his holdings. We can give. I mean, think of the squatters that could basically just go to crowholdings.com and look up the development section and start picking your spot. Oh, and then
this is a problem.
You remember the subprime.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought.
They had tens of thousands of deeds that were sold by without knowing who actually bought them. Tens of thousands of deeds that just kind of magically disappeared. And then all of a sudden something like Airbnb pops up, renting out places and creating an income for buildings that mysteriously collapsed in the subprime scandal. So did Crow end up with some of those magnificent deeds? Did Saudi Arabians? Who ended up with all those deeds?
That's a great question. I would go with Chinese and Russians in the case of in New York City, for example, and Miami. Interestingly enough, Trump Tower, Miami, is notorious as a hot spot for Russian anchor babies. This has been well known for a long time. If you get an Airbnb in New York City, the tiptoe around it is amazing because most of them are in buildings where you're not supposed to have them, and they're owned by Russians. And there's this whole don't let them see you at the front desk thing. It's creepy how much of this goes on. San Francisco's no different, as is, by the way, Seattle, Vancouver. Chicago has less of a problem of it because of a myriad of other issues and long-term living in the city itself, that people have been in the same apartment for a very, very long time, whereas New York, it's so expensive, everybody moves around. LA, earthquakes tend to shuffle everything. Same with San Francisco for a while. But you're absolutely right. These people buy these buildings, sit on them, leave them empty on purpose. Let's say you own a building downtown, and you could write off an empty building. So you can buy 2 buildings for the price of one, effectively, because you're getting a tax break wholly for the full building off the empty building. You leave it empty so that if you ever need to sell it or blow it up or modify it, you don't have to broom anybody to do it. There's no human beings in it that you have to fight with tenants and have lease issues, especially in a city with as strong of renters' rights as San Francisco has, which is, again, one of the balancing acts that happens with those kind of things. But the building that's full, effectively, you can argue that the rents can go up because of the lack of available units because you're keeping the empty building empty. So if people want to live there, they're going to have to pay more for the building that you have full. And so you guarantee your investment on 2 fronts. You can raise the rents in the building you have people in by keeping another building empty, and now you magically have holdings in the city instead of owning rental property. And he's a great example of that.
It takes a Supreme Court ruling to make that legit, too. So
yes, we have to take a break, but that in and of itself is a ginormous, and by the way, that's coming. The legislation about international holdings of American real estate through LLCs, because of the uniform connection of business and government in the case of, say, Russia, Saudi Arabia, North Korea, China specifically, and other countries, that because they are so interlinked, writing a bill that says if your company is tied to the government to a certain point, we can't allow you to purchase something. That's every business in China is more than 50% of it is owned by the government. One law about government ownership of American property through LLCs and the like would eliminate a lot of this stuff simply because it is a government shuffle of funds. So that's coming. Get used to the ideas. We decouple from China and Apple. When Apple's done moving their factories out of China, which they are in the process of doing, they're moving to Indonesia and Vietnam, and they're building some of the chips here. They're putting some stuff in South Korea, but they're getting out, as are a lot of companies. Once that happens, and the CCP entrenches itself even more in this idea that they're going to saber rattle at Taiwan regularly and don't really have another point or another raison d'etre because they're not the world's factory anymore, that law will get passed. And it'll be a weird combination of bedfellows like Durbin and Hawley writing a bill together. Get used to the idea. And it will free up real estate supply in the United States faster than almost anything else. We're way over the break, and I appreciate you calling in. It's a great point of conversation. Yeah. And we'll be back right after this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's interesting that Crow Holdings is looking for a vice president / director of community solar development that for Los Angeles, San Diego, and San Francisco. Because as much as these jerks decry, yes, Lady B.
I'm sorry, 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. And we still have. Oh, Ariel hung up.
Okay.
No callers.
Okay, cool. Welcome back to the show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito today. I have a Saturday show on the weekends with my friend Johnny Million and Philip Bittner. You can go to infotainmentwars.com and watch the live stream of that. I'm live streaming right now. I will be right after I finish filling in for Joan today because I'm a glutton for punishment. And last night I not only performed at the Whiskey on Sunset, singing with members of several different great bands. David Lee Roth's band, Winger, the Bullet Boys. Who else was there? Jeff Tate's band. We had the saxophone player from Pink Floyd play with us, which was amazing. Just a bunch of great people. The drummer from Joe Satriani's band. He's there with us a bunch because he's amazing. It was just a great time. And then I finish up about 1 a.m. in LA, and then I throw my gear in my car with my fancy rock clothes, and I drive back to Vegas, where I'm doing the show from right now, where my studio is set up in my office, in my humble abode. And I was trapped in traffic in the middle of the night on the 15, and I saw a dead person. Really close, not 15 feet away from me. A person who had been run over repeatedly by several trucks. And I got to, yeah. And there's a little bit of perspective that comes with that, kids. It's a good reminder to, A, be careful. B, and don't get me wrong, don't be overly careful. You can ruin a lot of life. Remember, as we always say around here, safety third. Love and adventure always come first. But in this particular instance, it was a reminder to call my friends and loved ones and family, and to remind you guys that I appreciate you listening and I appreciate you being here, as does Joan, I have no doubt. We're taking more of your calls, 773-763-9278. Now, I have if I may, point of order, Mr. Chairman, there are a couple of updates I would like to bring into this conversation that seems to be, and I'm honest to God, I don't know. I have my suspicions that people just find the stories, international stories, to be overwhelming. We barely can absorb, car chases in Los Angeles when you live in Indiana and you're watching it on TV, or any number of the shootings that we have in this country, and wrap your head around all the humanity, good and bad, in all of those situations where you have most of the time a single individual, or in the case of gang-related shootings or violence like that, two individuals causing death and mayhem amongst a large group of other human beings who were just going about their day. They didn't wake up this morning hoping they would be the victim of some evil, didn't wake up this morning deserving it. And I don't think anybody in the audience necessarily believes that the victims of mass shootings had it coming in any way. I suppose there's probably a super hippie out there that believes in some sort of karmic retribution for everything that happens. But in general, most of us, that's not the first thought that comes to mind. In all these situations, Uvalde being seemingly the one exception, police officers all over the area burst into those circumstances with total disregard for their own lives. Look only to the one most recently in my original home state of Kentucky, in Louisville, where this man was shooting up a bank that he formerly worked at as a gruntled employee. where a police officer was killed, and I believe 2 others were injured, along with the other people that were killed that were the gunman's target. None of those folks had it coming. And we often will hear people say, look for the helpers, and applaud that conversation. And yet I'm always shocked by how few do. If you look at the conversation online, whenever there is a mass shooting, the focus goes to what is wrong with people, human beings. When in reality, the worst thing you can say in many ways about the American system and the population of America, and when it comes to shootings, is a form of paralysis. There is a giant trust exercise going on, and nobody trusts either side in that regard. But it isn't because they want to see more people dead. As Obama would say, people who are pro-gun and anti-gun are talking at cross purposes. They are conversing over each other's shoulder and not to each other's ears. But in the case of all these things, we hear this find the helpers idea, and few of us do. Very few of us do. The focus becomes that this evil person did this evil thing, and some evil people let them get a gun, and therefore the world itself is evil. A world, by the way, that is populated by statistically, specifically, and numerically with more of what would be the victim class and the heroic class of people who sometimes will subdue one of these people from the inside of the place, and the police officers that, with all the national conversation that's needed about specifically, excessive force, that has to be a separate conversation when respectfully talking about cops that do their job, so as to elevate those people and respect them and show what level of respect waits someone for not being the Derek Chauvins of the world. If you want to punish and decry the Derek Chauvins of the world, one of the steps you have to take is recognizing when police officers put their lives on the line with women, children, all around them, themselves, female officers. There was a female officer who was, I think the only 2 FBI agents lost in the line of duty in the last decade were killed in Florida going after a child predator who was selling child pornography online, and a female and a male FBI agent were both murdered, serving a warrant on this fella, not too far from Epstein's house, interestingly enough, general area. But those people went to that door to do some good and died that day. And by showing deep and genuine respect in those situations, then the shame and ignominy that goes towards the Derek Chauvins of the world has more value. But at the same time, you're recognizing that we should not let the worst of society define life and our interaction and our conversation. That's because that's what they're trying to do. That's what they want to do. And allowing them to do it undermines the very structure of what we're all striving for. If you let those people paint the world ugly so that you stay inside and you don't interact with other people, and society lapses into this us and them fight because everybody thinks the only people that go outside are people who are willing to get shot and those who would shoot them, it doesn't do any of us any good. And it certainly keeps us from solving the real problems that make up the majority of the issues we have in the United States and in the world, be it healthcare, climate change, education, yada, yada, yada. So taking a moment to recognize the value and worth of people who put their lives on the line, first responders, which is the politically correct way of saying police officers when some people bristle at the idea of applauding police officers that do their job for real, in a lot of ways, becomes overly generic and does not it basically allows a group of people to be defined by the worst among them. That is a terrible habit to be in as a society. It is not functional. It is dangerous, and it's a lie. It's not your real experience. And this goes a little bit to the conversation we had with Spring when she called in about this fella saying he doesn't trust, when he calls into the doctor's office, he doesn't trust the government, and he doesn't trust her because she works for the government, he thinks, when she's really just trying to keep his heart from breaking anymore. Any worse than it already is. And there has to be a recognition at some point that you can have whether you have this conversation just with someone like that or with yourself, that all the people that tell you all day long that American people are stupid and everybody's dumb and everybody's violent and everybody's racist and everybody's sexist and everybody's transphobic and everybody's homophobic and we're surrounded by it all day, every day, everybody. Not only is it not true on a baseline, it's also anybody who says that is lying to themselves if, again, they ever drove someplace, or for that matter, rode in a car someplace. Because every day, all day long, you are engaged in hundreds of trust exercises with your fellow humans. And it is rare enough to be news that trust is violated. If it was so common that everyone around you, every human being you interacted with, was as violent as the people that are singled out on the news, there would be no reason to have the news. You would simply be in a nonstop Mogadishu situation. So an honest moment with yourself that most of the people you interact with are perfectly pleasant. The vast majority of the people standing in line at the grocery store or Starbucks or at most of the traffic around you is very peaceful. No one's honking. Everybody's doing their thing. But our brains are built and designed for safety and to focus on the threat that stands out. But you cannot paint the world with that threat because it makes you useless. Weaponizes your imagination against you. It makes you worry, fills you with anxiety, and paralyzes you. And the world needs you to be at your best. So cheer up, recognize that other people aren't half bad, and you'll start seeing a lot more good people around you. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. We got to take a break. We'll be back right after this. More of your calls, 773-763-9278, Chicago's Progressive Talk.
You have Jesse from North Dakota and Farmer from Northbrook, Virginia.
Excellent. We're nationwide. We're Megaworldwide today. It's crazy.
Yes. I'm
going to be in Chicago in July for a special fundraiser thing for that Cheap Trick is playing. And I'm going to try and set up a Chicago station get together on that same weekend, because I think it's a Saturday night. It would be nice to be able to do that during the day. So, wish me luck. Come to think that part of the reason police seem so violent is because there are so many guns in the U.S. now. You're not wrong, SD Sullivan. Yeah. Anybody who's ever gone on like Law and Crime or any of the body cam footage things, you can see hundreds of videos of people where a cop is talking nicely to a person and that person pulls a gun and just shoots them quickly in an instant. Everything goes south in just a second. And there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of examples. Secondarily, there's also an element of, and I think this is an offshoot of AIDS, bloodborne illness and needles and fentanyl create a situation where you can be afraid to touch another human being. And it's better to shoot them from a distance than lay your hands on them and end up with a debilitating disease, losing your career, losing your relationship, any myriad of things, losing your life that way.
45 seconds.
Thank you. So distance, one of the things about shooting somebody is you can do it from pretty far away. That's absolutely a factor. Absolutely a factor. I have family in LE. I have seen the training videos about it, and they're not wrong. It's got to be a factor.
We're back.
Okay, we're back. Welcome back to the show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito today because she's a very trusting person, and I appreciate it. I consider it an honor that she'd even let me take over her microphone, as it were, today and take your calls. We've got a bunch of those. Some breaking news right now, and it's whatever. Take it. You understand. Don't get wrapped up in this. Trump is suing Michael Cohen for $500 million for breaching his confidentiality agreement, which, by the way, when it involves criminality, you don't have that anymore. NDAs can't hide crimes, and the fact that he testified is not a violation of that. This is just stupid, and it's not going to go anywhere, and it's going to get thrown out, and it's just Trump. All this talk about weaponization of the federal government, weaponization of our judicial system, that's all Trump does all the time. It's what he's always done. It's what Michael Cohen used to help him do. It's absurd. Let's grab another caller. Who do we have next, Lady B?
We have Jesse from North Dakota.
Excellent. Jesse from North Dakota. How are you?
Good. How are you doing today?
I'm spectacular, but I'll get better. How do you by the way, a point of privilege, how do you tell the Dakotas apart? If you're walking around, somebody bonked you on the head, God forbid, and you woke up someplace, how do you go, this isn't South Dakota, this is North Dakota? How do you tell? Can I look for any particular, is it a birch trees? What's happening? How do I know the difference? I don't think there is one. That's help me out here.
Yeah. There is a difference. In North Dakota, you find a woman behind every tree, except for there's no trees in North Dakota.
I see. Gotcha. Understood. I thought that was just kind of like you're looking at the, you know how like dogs in cartoons turn people into pork chops. Men in North Dakota turn trees into women, that kind of idea where it's just fantasizing it. We're going to get into squirrel knotholes and it's going to be awkward. Go ahead. I derailed this right out of the gate, but go ahead.
That's fine. Anyway, I was just wondering if you heard about the farmland near Grand Forks Air Force Base, the farmland that China is trying to purchase to put some type of factory set up there, and we're pretty worried about them being so close to one of our Air Force bases.
Yeah, they've done this like a couple of times. They need so many agricultural goods that and we in Canada have some of the best farmland on Earth, but specifically the most productive. It won't last. That's all I can say. I'm not worried about them being able to spy on the Air Force Base. You can see it on Google Maps. The runways aren't a mystery. It's not where the NORAD, secret bases are. It's not gonna. They're the tunnels that they dug so we could all survive a nuclear war aren't below that particular site. They're in a totally different place. So I'm not worried about those particular things. And they can't read, using the technology they have, our transmissions back and forth because we scramble stuff and that's how it works. And if anything, it maybe falls under the keep your friends close and your enemies closer would be that particular point. But the reality is that they just need the food. They're not producing enough food, and it's going to get desperate.
But the thing is they're not buying the land to farm. They're building a factory on the
right.
left.
Is it it's not the Foxconn one, right?
They're building some type of factory, and they're concerned that they'll have some, in the building or on top of the building, they'll have some type of spy apparatus. I mean, I understand that we have. I'm a veteran myself. I know how many, balls we have up to keep them out of, knowing our secrets and all that. But what I'm saying is, we shouldn't be allowing foreign countries to buy land.
Well, this is, by the way, this is it's a Chinese company. And again, I talked about this earlier with the real estate stuff, is that you're absolutely right that there are no Chinese private companies, not from the country anyways. There are Chinese Americans who own companies, but they're citizens. Anybody who, if it's a Chinese company from China, it's half owned by the government, if not more. Secondarily, it is a corn mill factory, I believe, that you're talking about in Grand Forks. It's a food grain processing facility that they want to set up. Again, there are limitations on what it could actually pull off doing. Their satellites don't work anymore, hence the balloons. China has bigger fish to fry. Ultimately, I think didn't the city council vote it down? I believe, because I think they have to sign off on it anyways.
I haven't checked lately.
Yeah. As of the last time I heard about the story was in February. And they've been at it for a bit, but I'm pretty sure they had to get city council approval for it, and they did not get it. That said, land around, military bases has a buffer around it, and anything that is at the edge of that buffer or further is private land for private use or private leasing in this particular case. And I'm pretty sure that the mechanics of this company's purchasing of this land is actually a long-term lease from the city. That's why the city council could shut it down, because technically speaking, there are limitations on actual ownership. You can do these. That's what these lease agreements are about. But this one's so specific that they weren't able to move forward on it. There's eyes all over Chinese investment in the United States right now. There's a much, I think quite frankly, necessary worry about the purchase of stuff by the Chinese government, because effectively, between them and Russia, they are the singular most nefarious government in the world. And in our attempt, and I think a good one, to not appear racist towards Chinese people have been caught flat-footed dealing with the CCP. As racist as America is supposed to be, according to some folks, we are way slower in responding to racially homogenous countries if their government is bad. Specifically in Asia and Africa, than we are, say, against the Russias of the world. Now, obviously North Korea is a cult state, so it's a whole different argument. But especially when it came to China, that we were that frog in that boiling water for quite some time. And as somebody who speaks Chinese and traveled over there a lot, I watched it happen. I felt it sort of in myself. I was very naive about some of that stuff early on. And then once you recognize what has happened, you start going, okay, this was always the game. The CCP is a dangerous organization, just like the Kremlin is, and it's not reflective of the people as a whole. Certainly not a genetic issue. It's not it's not something that has to do with the race of people necessarily. It is cultural in this particular case, and in the case of foreign countries that are desperate for resources, owning chunks of your land, that's not going to work out well for anyone. Ask the people of Zambia. So Zambia right now is trying to is up to its proverbial eyeballs in Chinese debt, and has asked the IMF to help it negotiate a restructuring of that debt, lest the country collapse. And China, being its primary debtor, is not working with the IMF to restructure that debt the way other Western countries have, let's say, in the past. And this is becoming a lesson to the Congo and South Africa and a lot of the other countries that have gotten in bed with China as far as borrowing money, because the idea, when, for all the decrying of American imperialism and this cartoonish idea that America is an imperialist force when we are not, because why did we leave Afghanistan? Why don't we own the oil fields of Iraq? Why did we let Japan and Germany stand alone? Why didn't we incorporate them like, they were versions of Puerto Rico or Guam if the idea was imperialism? It isn't. In the case of the Kremlin, in the case of Xi Jinping, it absolutely is, because they need the resources. They need the land to grow the stuff. And that's what their attack on Africa is about. The Wagner Group is headed down. The Wagner Group is headed down to Africa to support Chinese companies stealing resources from African countries hand over fist. And there are several countries that are waking up to that idea. And I think that's starting to show in stark relief in a way that you get a 5-0 vote from the Grand Forks City Council saying no to this plant that's, this corn processing plant that a Chinese company wanted to buy in that area. And it may have been ultimately the death of the Foxconn factories as well that Trump was trying to push through, because while they are Taiwanese companies, the majority of them are run by Chinese nationals inside the country proper. Hence the giant Uber factory for Foxconn, where 7 people were found dead in one of the rooms during COVID lockdown, and hundreds of, 15,000 people walked off and just stormed the breaches to get home from the factory. And I mean, the footage of that is just stunning. We looked at it last year on my live stream. So I understand your worry. Yeah. I understand your worry. I think the truth is that on a local level, nobody's interested. Taiwanese factories, again, being one thing, but Chinese factories, that are related to the CCP being a wholly different thing. And I think, quite frankly, one of the most bipartisan thing that is happening in the country right now is the recognition that the CCP, whether it's because you are against the Uyghur genocide, which is ongoing, or the enslavement of Uyghur people to produce cotton, of all things, if you want to talk about crops that are exemplary, analogous to slavery as a whole, the fact that Uyghurs are being forced to pick cotton for the world cotton market right now in 2023, not last year, not the year before, not they've dwindled it, presently at gunpoint, whether that's your reason for doing it or you're just afraid of Chinese warships eventually, showing up parked off your coast. There are strange bedfellows being made, and we have Xi Jinping to thank for being effectively, much like Putin, as dumb as Donald Trump. Strategically stupid, intellectually lazy, bullish, and expecting fear to be the manipulation point. I hope that answers it, but I do, if it still stands, they voted down that corn mill in North Dakota, and they might try to move it someplace else, and I feel they will get the same reaction, and it's just going to get worse. There is no improvement in the American feelings. I mean, 36% of Americans view China as a material danger now. It's up from like 12%. It was like 8%, I want to say, in 2003, because that's where all of our stuff on Amazon came from and Walmart. Now there's a real sea change in the American feeling about that. I hope that answers some of it. We got to take a break, and I'll be back taking more calls, 773-763-9278. Yeah, I guess, combat engineer, combat engineer. I'm going with engineer. Is that what you're doing? Yeah. On your name, I'm anti-Chinese government, not the people. Yeah, the government is horrible. It's a prison state for the people, largely. This idea that they were making a millionaire a day, like 10 millionaires a day for a while or whatever, is garbage, because you can't take your money anywhere. You can't leave the country with it. If you try, they'll threaten your family back home. That's not wealth. No matter how much money you have, that's not wealth. if you're a billionaire someplace and the government can put you in a re-education camp, you're not a billionaire, and no one else can be. Meanwhile, though, I could use all the help I can get. Super chats, stars on Facebook.
Come back in 60 Hal.
Oh, hey, what's happening? Good to see you, or hear you rather. But
nice to hear you. Yes, I can see you. You can't see me.
That's right. Damn it. I do like that I'm fading into the background on there because there's a loop happening. The visual loop on the on video with you guys. So I'm like,
oh, I thought I turned that off. I'm sorry.
No, I look like in Videodrome.
It's just the Hal Sparks paradox.
Mm-hmm.
There's infinite Hals.
Yes, that's the name of my jazz quartet. The
just
Hal
all
Sparks
your Hal
paradox
Sparks clones doing bass jazz.
Yep. We all play bass. And there's a trumpet sitting there, but no one's allowed to touch it.
Just sits on the stool away from everyone else.
Yeah.
All
just
right,
for
10
miles.
seconds.
Okay. Oh, do we have the callers? I think so. Right? We have one more in there.
Yeah, we got Farmer, Steve, and Nick.
Excellent.
Attention, everyone.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
Welcome back to the show. It's so good to be here. Hi, Devin. Good to see you, man. Visually and auditorially and stuff. Yeah. A little bit of other breaking news. Bloomberg is reporting that Putin personally approved the arrest of the Wall Street Journal reporter, according to people, and I quote, familiar with the situation. Evan Gershkovich was he's to be, I guess, sentenced. Yeah, he's detained on March 29th. He is going to be sentenced next week. And basically it will be a sham trial, and they will sentence him to some god-awful length of time so that we have no choice but to give them another Victor Boot or somebody. And they can have him, quite frankly, because Victor Boot had it easy in an American prison compared to the life he will have in and around Russia for however long or short that life is. We have other callers, and it's Joan's show, so I'm not going to get on too far rant. 773-763-9278. Who do we have next up? Chicago.
It says farmer from Northbrook, Virginia.
A farmer or an actual farmer? Farmer is that your name?
Farmer, or just you're in Northbrook, Virginia?
Farmer in Norfolk, Virginia. What's up, Hal?
Hi, how are you? Yeah, it's a good name. We got Spring, we got Farmer. I'm just saying, if somebody calls in with the name Crops, we're gonna be okay. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick, I want to reiterate what Spring said. You are a saving grace through these last crazy years, so thank you. And
absolutely,
please come
glad to
back
help.
to DC.
Oh yeah,
you guys were so much fun. Please light a fire under Stephanie to get back to DC.
I am so trying.
Hey,
thank you for
having Philip on and reporting from Ukraine, Hal. It's really important.
I agree. I mean, I think the personal connection is valuable in a situation like this because we can look at war like numbers, and it can become very much like a football game from a distance. And these are human lives. This is a lot of, emotions and heart and family and life that's happening in this, and people need to be reminded of that. So thanks for listening to what he has to say.
Oh, yeah. His perspective is invaluable.
Mm-hmm.
But you were talking about one of your shows recently on the Saturday show. You had a Ukrainian singer come up and join the band. I was wondering what her name is. Following some of these there's a lot of great Ukrainian bands. Have you heard of Death Pill? These three women out of Kyiv?
Yes. And I think, hold on, I may, if I'll have to look at the list from that show. It was, I think was she our last singer that night? I want to look up the name specifically because it's complicated.
If I reach
Tatiana. Her name is Tatiana Shmayuk, and I'll post it. Yeah. Shmayuk. Tatiana Shmayuk.
Awesome.
She was great. Yeah. And hopefully we'll get her back. I think she's in the city for a little bit longer, and then she goes back. Yeah, so we will continue to do that because this is important.
Ladies of death, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No doubt.
People should
no doubt.
definitely support Ukrainian bands right now, you know?
Mm-hmm. And if you're in Chicago, there's a lovely Ukrainian area of town with some wonderful restaurants. So head down that way, folks. But then go ahead. Anyways, please continue.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I'm going to let you go. I know you got other calls, but thanks for all the Ukraine information. It's invaluable.
Absolutely. Glad to do it. And appreciate you listening. It's wonderful. And by the way, if you're not familiar, my Saturday show, besides that, I also live stream every day at 3 p.m. Pacific time, about 3 to 5. It's streaming. So it's gamer channels. I can drag it out if I want to. And then Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I have a morning show, 9 a.m. Pacific, for a couple of hours where we look at the trends on social media specifically, and for the first hour, and then sometimes I have guests in the second hour, and sometimes we get into a deeper philosophical conversation about Friday. I've started calling Friday AI because the changes that are coming in regards to AI are enormous, and I believe on the scale of the printing press, the landing on the moon, the internet itself, and all of the above. Let's grab another call. Oh, let's see. Oh, I got 6 minutes. We can get somebody else in real quick. Who do we have on the phone?
We got Nick all the way from New York.
Excellent. Hey, Nick, welcome.
Hey, Hal. Listen, I just wanted to thank you very much for setting me onto the China show. I've been watching them now for like 2 months, and I feel a lot better about China since watching them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so for people that don't know, the China Show is a regular show on YouTube by two fellas. They call themselves Serpent ZA and Lauai 86, and both of them were living in China for the better part of a decade. I think Winston, who is Serpent ZA, was there for almost 15 years. And they speak fluent Chinese. They know the system very well, and like me, they are big fans of Chinese culture and of the people themselves. However, they, like I, got to watch the sort of collapse of life in China and the collapse of freedoms of any form in China under Xi Jinping. This was a drastic turn. It was a relatively expected on some level, but I don't think people expected the draconian nature of it and the swiftness of it that would happen. And it has been a return to effectively Maoist communism with, Stalinist ramifications. And I know Peter Zion likes to talk about Xi Jinping and his cult of personality, but the reality is that Xi Jinping does not have a cult of personality because the man does not have a personality. He's a dud. He's like a thumb in a mouse suit. He's not very bright, but because he's a princeling, his father was in Mao's, close-knit group at the beginning of the revolution, and he, is heir to the throne, which again, I don't know how communism is supposed to work, but I'm fairly certain it's not supposed to work like monarchy, which it has over there for quite some time. That Xi Jinping is not a bright fellow, but he has at his disposal many, many murderous apparati that he can turn loose on people. So whether or not you think he's stunning and smart and interesting or not, he can the impact from a cultish standpoint of total annihilation is his to wield at his whim. And he has seized that all of those levers and uses them relatively indiscriminately. And what has happened is every plan he has made has been terrible. His 3 red lines policy on Chinese real estate has effectively destroyed their economy. They are their biggest real estate companies are each of them one's $300 billion in debt with unbuilt houses with the money's already been spent in the hundreds of thousands. And there are 6 other companies just like it. There are local government financial vehicles, LGFVs, that cities and counties and provinces in China, because they cannot issue bonds themselves, will create a fake company. That company can issue a bond, loan it to the city to do a project. They shut down the project and never pay the bond back. And then if they need more money, they just do it again and again and again, to the point where individual small cities across China have $9 trillion in not only unsecured debt, but debt that will never be repaid. There is no way they can materially build anything that would be worth that money in that space with the people that are alive there now. That said, they are also short 140 million people that they said they had, but they don't. And all those people are in the 25 to 45 range. All the people who form families and have children, yeah, they're short those people by about 140 million. And the people that they do have in that age range to have babies and build families are 60-40 women to men. There are 60% men. Well, I would say it's even bigger. 70-30. 70% men, 30% women. It's terrible. The demographic is collapsing. Add on top of that, they get 80% of their fuel and food from outside the country. It's not a recipe for a healthy country. But please tell me how they're going to eat our lunch. It's one of my favorite phrases. We'll be back right after this. That's the China Show. It's a good watch if you really want to know what they're working on currently. It's pretty brilliant. We'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks, filling in for Joan Esposito. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, thanks, CSL, by the way. I see the links in here. Mm-hmm. Oh, Johnny Million's on right now? Oh, that's right, because he's on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Hi, moms. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito, so I've got another hour doing her show. Russia's probably down to a World Bank book from 15 years ago. Who will feed China? Oh yeah, believe me, they don't know. Russia's probably down about that many men by now. Just saying. Oh well, not in those many millions. They don't have them unless you're talking about another number. They're down about. I would say they're down about 300,000 people. Never mind the million that left. I did not, Emily. Well, I mean, I got 35 minutes. I'm okay. Hi, Jill. Good to see you too. Sleep is the enemy. Yeah, the China Show is great stuff. You're flowing into your show. Thank you. Thought you were done. Oh, no. The Russian brain drain is real. Yeah, the problem is everybody does have a bit of an issue that we can't necessarily trust the Russians that are leaving, that all of them mean well, because they're going to let some get out and cause trouble so that people hate Russians so that they send them back. So they're going to send some crooks and murderers and other folks out to make the other ones that have escaped look bad so that there's a blowback. Oh, Johnny's shredding a sweet white Schechter right now. Sleep is how your brain stays healthy. Act accordingly. I agree, Rich. I'm being facetious. As a matter of fact, while you sleep, your spinal fluid washes up over your brain, cleans it out, and goes back down, and then gets rid of some of the toxins that build up around your brain. That's why you need sleep, and it's also one of the reasons why you dream. Hal, book your old friend Miss Williamson on your show. It's a good idea. I don't think she'll come. Oh, I'll get some sleep tonight, Slayer Chick. I don't think I'll have any choice. Any ideas on yet another plastic recycling plant flyer? Well, first of all, plastic burns very easily. And in a country this big, that's not weird. Kitties are doing great. Molly's terrific. She's gotten very bold. She now wants pets from me in the morning. All the men that fled Russia with this new electronic mobilization amendment, I think they're going to see another mass exodus very soon. I agree. I think we got 2 more minutes till we come back, something like that. Approximately.
I'm back, Hal.
Hi.
So we're we're like 45 seconds, I think. A minute.
Okay, and callers, do we have a couple? Or
Steve is hanging on.
Oh, Steve from the Gold Coast?
Yes.
Or okay, cool. Excellent. Okay.
Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive. Filling in today for Joan, live from Chicago. Actor, comedian, and multimedia personality, Hal Sparks.
Woof. Yeah, welcome back to the show. We have callers on the line, and Lady B is back with us, and we love her. Who do we have next on the line? 773-763-9278. Who do we have there, Lady B?
Steve from the Gold Coast.
Oh, yes. Steve from the Gold Coast. Good to hear from you, brother. Welcome to the show. Usually calling on a hamburger phone while driving down Rush Street in a convertible, sonically speaking. How are you, good sir?
Not a convertible. It's a German coupe. Porsche makes a wonderful automobile, but in any case, I digress. And I think that the point that you were making was an important one. And that, at the same time that Americans are most fearful of China is not a time of its ascendancy, but it's of its decline. And you already brought up a number of the points. 10, 15 years ago, everybody was talking about the Brics. Oh, the Brics will be the new the triumvirate, in which you have the EU, America, and then the Brics. Look at the countries that we're talking about. They're either in crisis politically or economically or in serious decline. For those of us old enough to remember, when we all thought Japan was going to rule the world, didn't happen. And prior to COVID, it wasn't a question of when China was going to surpass the United States in GDP. It was simply, it wasn't if, but when. And guess what? Didn't happen. Looks like it's not going to happen. Because once you start to impose those kinds of draconian controls on society, not just in the economic system, but the social and political system, then, of course, GDP is not going to continue to rise. It already had plateaued because you can only grow so fast. And then to say, guess what? The Communist Party is probably not going to be the dominant force that it once was going forward, because our people want things like, freedom of speech, the right to pick their own political leaders. They want luxury.
One of the great examples, Steve, and I think you can. First of all, for the record, just in case anybody's wondering what data we're talking about here, besides the fact that China is on the verge of a demographic collapse, they have managed to get old before they got rich, even if it seems like they had a lot of money coming in because they had to spend it all with the expansion that they did, building ghost cities and trains that go nowhere that cost billions of dollars. On top of that, foreign direct investment, FDI, into China is at an 18-year low. And it's not because the money doesn't exist to be invested by foreign nations and businesses into someplace. They're all looking for someplace to put their money because they're not giving it to China anymore. 18-year low. The foreign direct investment by Chinese companies grew, outside the country. China is investing more outside the country to try and grease the wheels. But they had a 73% decline just year over year in countries and companies outside of China investing in China, building factories, buying things, investing in retooling projects there, even solar projects and stuff, which are some of their biggest, newer industries. All of that is either flatlined or declining in a horrible way. So this is not just something that's like wishful thinking.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've got a propaganda disaster. I mean, otherwise, because if you allow that foreign investment and at the same time you want to reassert the dominance of the Communist Party, well, those two are at an impasse because at some point someone's going to realize that, well, wait a minute. I mean, who are all these foreign companies making billions of dollars here in what is supposed to be a communist state? The whole notion about, profit being a horrible thing. So, yeah. And then, of course, the Chinese Communist Party is definitely afraid of billionaires and the rise of that class of people who will supplant them at some point, as tends to happen in Western societies. And so obviously they needed to do something, and this is their solution. But again, as you pointed out, it's a terrible solution given their demographic crisis. And in terms of the gentleman who called in, yeah, it's not some Bond villain movie, where it looks like they're trying to process food.
Park a submarine in the middle of North Dakota, right? Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly. No, I mean, food is the national security issue going forward, and water and things like that. So, yeah, China is in a horrible place. And again, I mean, we who are old enough to remember this have been here before. And again, it was Japan, and before then, some people actually thought, on some of us on the crazy left, thought that the Eastern Bloc was competitive with the West in terms of economic output. And basically, it was a lot of propaganda that the West was selling everyone in terms of their being so dominant. No, again, so every 10 or 15, 20 years, we have this argument that somewhere along the line, someone's going to come along and surpass the United States, and it never happens. I'm not saying that it can't at some point, but the very things that a lot of people in this country oppose, things like multiculturalism, immigration, this dynamic that keeps us going, new fresh blood that comes to America, that's ambitious, that wants the American dream, those are the things, the dynamics that drive us. We don't want to be Japan. Japan is a homogeneous country. They don't take in many people in terms of immigrants, and they want to stay that way, but it's a horrible disaster going forward because who's going to pay for everything? Who's going to
they're aging themselves out. One of the reasons why Japan will be on the cutting edge of robotics and the like is because they're going to need more robot nurses and people to push wheelchairs around because of how the population is aging, and they know this. This isn't even a joke. This is a reality.
Right, and that's the big X factor. That I would argue is the big X factor. You could do a whole show on that, which I'm sure you've done. And that's the question of at what point does artificial intelligence and robotics meld in such a way to actually give us the Jetsons, to give us that maid, and to give us robots that can pick up the garbage rather than some guy getting up at 4
Well, I'll tell you one thing, and this goes right into our conversation about this, is that it's going to happen here and in the UK, Germany, France, and a couple other countries well before it happens in China, even if parts of the stuff are still even made there, which is questionable because the CHIPS and Science Act that Biden put through is the single biggest affront to Chinese technical hegemony in the world that has ever been put forward. And China is notorious, the CCP specifically, is notorious for stealing intellectual property, specifically patents and mechanics for high-tech stuff, and making cheap knockoffs of those things and then selling them to the greater market for at a cut-rate price. But when you get to the kind of chips necessary for AI and the kind of engineering necessary for robotics on a massive scale like that, there is a governor on any of China's capabilities, because can you imagine the Chinese government actually allowing a functional version of ChatGPT to access the internet and give you the answers you're looking for? The answer is patently no. It's an absurdity. So what good is it for? You're basically it's Chat CCP is what they're giving people. You can only get approved language from the government, nothing outside that. And if it even ventures, the scientists are in trouble. That's not AI. It never will be. It's like buying a goldfish, putting it in a tank, and telling everybody you have a pet shark. It's stupid. And yet, I don't know why people. Yeah, go ahead.
And eventually, I'm afraid that you'll get a giant-sized North Korea in terms of China, because when you start to adopt these policies, and of course they will inevitably result in economic decline. People will be hungry. People will be distraught. People will be in the streets, and the only way you're going to be able to address that is through police state tactics. And then, of course, as in with North Korea, the North Koreans are never going to stand up and say, "Oh, by the way, we were wrong. We're going to go ahead and reform our institutions." Why? Because they would be hanging from trees within an hour for the crimes that they committed against their own people. And the Chinese Communist Party knows that that's what would happen to them if they actually said, "All right, we're going to relinquish power. Let's create some sort of Western-style democracy, or you make it an Eastern-style democracy." The very next day, they'd all be locked up or dead. So the only option you have is a police state in which you preserve power, as you have in North Korea, because you don't have any other option. The other option is you're dead.
China as a country, like as enormous as China is as a country, only 13% of the entire land mass of China is arable land that can be used for farming. 13%. That is down 6% it used to be 19%. It's down 6% in the last decade or like the last 12 years. They have lost a third of it. A third of their farmland has been destroyed by toxic, it's become toxic cesspools. You can't grow anything in it. Either it's full of coal sleuth and garbage and ash, or just chemicals. It's horrifying. And if you have that many people, even with their dwindling demographic,
they are where we were in the late 19th century on steroids, with no regulation, no environmental protection.
Oh, it's the Dust Bowl. Yeah, it's the Dust Bowl, but with a bigger, hungrier group of people. It is madness.
And the last point I wanted to make, and the last point I wanted to make, which is an important one that you touched on, a lot of the numbers that we see coming out of China for a great many years are honestly just sort of ridiculous economic figures that are predicated on irrational calculations. So in China, for instance, if I build a massive development of 100,000 units, apartments, condos, whatnot, that goes into the GDP calculation, despite the fact that nobody bought them and nobody lives in them. So this is one of the ways in which China sort of calculates. In America, if you build 1 million cars that nobody buys, it's not part of our GDP. You just go under.
They have, and I'm sure you've seen this. I'm sure you've seen this, and we got to take a break. And I appreciate the call, and I appreciate you bringing this stuff up, Steve. But I'm sure you've seen, and people can look it up if they want, the electric cars made in Chinese factories that are just parked under overpasses in these giant parking lots with weeds growing around them, because production is in of itself the end, not the means, not the point. It's just, there's no value added aspect to it other than keeping people busy. And so they make these cars that don't run worth a damn, and then they just the idea that these are electric cars and they're somehow better for the environment, when what they really do is just sit and rot, is, again, it is anybody who is selling this China's going to eat our lunch Ray Dalio fantasy, as somebody who's been over there and went to the world's largest library, which is in China, where there are, and I want you to hear me now, lean in, no books. World's largest library in China. The books are painted on the shelves. if you go into the back area where the actual library is supposed to be, there's a cart with a couple of dozen state-sanctioned books. A cart. The rest of the ones on the shelves are painted. There's not even writing on the spines like those. That'd be a book worth looking for. It's absurd. We got to take a break. We'll be back right after this. Mm-hmm. Let's see if I can find this. Okay, I'm going to show you guys this picture. This is, and it's so funny. Like, all right, see this? Okay, people were, this is a fake post by somebody. It's a real picture. But this guy, Robert Smith, on here in 2021 wrote, electric car cemetery in France. Turns out no one wants to buy electric car once the battery is shot. So tell me, how's this environmentally friendly? These are cars from a rideshare company that bought bulk from the Chinese government, got a big subsidy from the Chinese government, got subsidies from that are related to the Paris Agreement and that kind of stuff, that they could use, ESG scores to earn loans to trump their way into some loans they don't deserve. Yeah, those are all electric cars. Just dead.
Coming back.
Thank you. Welcome back to the show, and I want to thank Steve from the Gold Coast for calling in. I think we do we have any other callers? Let me check real quick. Yeah.
No, that's it.
Okay, good. All right, cool. So we were talking about a couple of things on when he was mentioned this, and I'm bringing it up on the live stream. If you go to infotainmentwars.com, that's my YouTube channel. Please subscribe. Are we there yet? Are we ever going to get there yet? I don't know. I feel like we're going to get to 50K sometime very soon. I'm excited about the idea. I'm holding it together. How many do we have left? Probably, let's see what my number is. 49,576. So less than 500 subscribers will get me to 50K. That's a beautiful thing, folks. I thank you guys for those of you that have subscribed and been with me for all this time. Thank you, thank you, thank you, as Joe Biden would say, as opposed to Trump, who says, I want to thank you, because apparently it's all about him. Whereas Joe Biden will go, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I like it. I think that's, anyways. So what I'm showing on here is this article from Reuters. This is from August of 2021. It's actually worse since this article. That China's total arable land has shrinked 6% from 2009 to 2019. In 10 years, the amount of available and usable farmland in China shrunk by 6%. It is currently, like 1.24 million square kilometers, is off limits to urban encroachment by the end of 2020, the Ministry of Natural Resources said in a briefing. So they're setting it aside. That does not, and this, I love this. This is so CCP. Just because they have dedicated that land to it, and there's zoning stuff keeping it from anyone encroaching on it with urban development, does not mean that the water or the land itself is safe to actually plant food that's fit for human consumption. Never mind the fact that they have, 3 of their coal mines, these giant, massive coal mines, because of the flooding they had a year and a half ago, filled up like giant swimming pools and washed coal dust, mining leftovers from coal mines into the groundwater and into the rivers and streams, and killed like plants for dozens of miles in all directions. It's just, and the idea that these people like that Biden is somehow quote unquote friendly to the CCP because I suppose he doesn't want the Chinese people to die while they're dealing with the fact that the CCP is there. That's another thing. But this is a regular issue. Zhongyan Zhou Liu, who writes for Foreign Policy, wrote this article. Let's see. All great change at America begins at the dinner table. Was something that Ronald Reagan had said. And the same is true in China. One of the first steps of the Maoist revolution was to force collective dining, but reform and opening up the country revolutionized Chinese households' dinner options with an array of diverse delicacies from Dutch cheese, Norwegian salmon, to Mexican avocados, and Rainier cherries. And now they're just out. It is, again, this is not something anybody wants for the Chinese people, but it is reflective of the mythology that has been floated around this, China's going to eat our lunch, and therefore, and they're so powerful, we dare not oppose them, for if we do, they will unleash this giant that they are harboring, and we'll really learn our lesson, and we won't get all those sweet, cheap goods anymore. Well, guess what? We're not getting those anymore anyways. While the American people have decided, and largely they have, that a living wage or at least something close to it is better than people scrapping by or having to have 3 jobs just to sustain themselves and their children, we have also, by virtue of who we have voted into office in the form of Joe Biden and the people that he has surrounded himself with, have decided that that applies to our suppliers as well. That we would rather not, as best we can, rely on slavery for cheap clothing, or rely on the biggest polluters in the world to make our green tech. Thank you very little. Goodbye. And we are, ladies and gentlemen, anyone listening to the sound of my voice, we are in the process of one of the greatest industrial transitions in American history. As big as the one that got us into the global just-in-time supply chain market, the effort to get us out of it will be equally as challenging and expensive and difficult and full of revolutionary and positive change. It will also be one of those situations where we've been doing things the old way for so long that we didn't even know we were looking past easier, cheaper, and significantly safer ways of doing things. And this is in our future as a country. It's in North America's future in general. Between us, Mexico, and Canada, our alliance is going to grow and grow and grow. The hegemonic maneuvering by China and Russia are out of desperation and in many ways are last-ditch efforts. And in the case of Russia, one of the articles that, let's see if I can find this, that Russia is in danger, there it is. This is according to one of, I think, our former CIA heads, talking about Russia and China's relationship. If you look at the reality that Russia is becoming more and more dependent on China and in some respects runs the risk of becoming an economic colony of China over a time dependent for, export of energy resources and raw materials in that direction as well, that all adds up, in my view, to a huge own goal for Putin's Russia right now, Burns said at an event at Rice University in Houston. The reality is that if anybody has looked at the map of the Belt and Road Initiative, which with all of its failures, they're still trying very hard on a couple of fronts, one of the areas that would be the most shocking if you were actually a politician in Russia of any ilk is the fact that China plans on owning a public railroad, buying it up, that runs right through Moscow. Goes all the way from Kazakhstan, all the way through Moscow, and then eventually up to St. Petersburg and to the water. They plan on owning it. And if Mexico or Brazil or any other company decided they were going to buy Amtrak, and especially the station that goes right through Washington, D.C., can you imagine the freak out? Can you imagine the response from politicians across the board? It's, and again, so much talk over so much time of how China is going to, you know, they're going to own the next decade. They're going to own the next everything, I suppose. They're going to control the world economy. The yuan will be the reserve currency going forward. It'll be the petro yuan, and the yuan's worth is only stable when and because it is currently pegged to the US dollar. The minute it is no longer pegged to the US dollar, it is the most manipulated currency on the planet, and therefore, if you're going to talk about long-term investment or as a trade point, it's the least valuable currency to you. Because if you can buy something with it today and it's worth less tomorrow or a lot more the next day, so you can't get more imports for it, you're trapped. And because it's the whim of the Communist Party that sets the standard, there is no way out. The other question, and Steve brought this up, and we're going to take some more calls after the break. 773-763-9278. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. The thing I need people to understand is, think of the Brics countries: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Think of the leadership of each of those countries. Think of the tumultuous nature of their ever-shifting leadership or their constant authoritarianism. And tell me which one of those countries is going to acquiesce to any of the other countries as the primary standard currency, to peg their crypto to, or whatever they use as the Brics dollar. Is Russia going to let China do it? Is China going to let Russia do it? Is Brazil going to let Russia do it? Is India going to say, screw the rupee, we'll go with the ruble? No. Why would they? We'll be back right after this. This is Joan Esposito Show. I'm just filling in. I'm Hal Sparks. We'll be back. That part always maddens me. I just don't get it. I don't know why anybody would believe that crap. Where in the world would anybody get the idea that China's going to sign off on using the ruble, or use the real from Saudi Arabia, or the rupee in India? What? How's that meeting go down? As Hal talked about the T interview with Fox says, no, we're going to do that during my regular show, Penguin 9192. I'll do that in about a half an hour. I'm going to cover that. I'm going to roll right into my regular show from filling in for Joan. Yeah, Slayer Chick. It is not going to happen. And again, if they did come up with an agreement currency, a cryptocurrency, which is, again, 2 years ago, crypto sounded brilliant. Now you're like a complete dickhead if you're proposing this as a functional outside of your regular currency digitally, after knowing what the United States can do with cryptocurrency, as far as like what the FBI and other countries, like the Scottish, have been able to like get ransom payments back through the fucking around with the process by which crypto is traded. You can pay a ransom with crypto and then snatch it back after you've gotten the stuff, as long as it's in a window. It's one of those things like, you send the stuff, and we'll send the stuff. We set this program up that as soon as we send the money, you send the stuff. And then they go, okay, and then you can get your money back in a second. You've got like, I think, 3 minutes to undo it. But you can't undo getting people's ransomware unlocked. Once you get the key, you got the key. Who cares? So if the Brics set up a cryptocurrency, you know what they're going to peg it to? That's right. The U.S. dollar. That's not true, Hal. You have to be more specific. I say a lot of things. You can create your own wallet. I know you can create your own wallet with crypto. It has not stopped the Fed from being able to, the Feds, not the Fed itself, the Feds from being able to snatch back people's crypto. And also, there's a huge difference between, say, Bitcoin or Ethereum or Doge or any of those things. There's a huge difference between those and a Brics, like, reserve level currency that they use for giant trading that has to be pegged to the US dollar. This would be, imagine if they make a stable coin. If the BRICS countries make a stable coin, the only way they make it stable is to peg it to the US dollar.
45 seconds.
Thank you. Yeah, it's still traded on speculation. It's worse than traded on speculation. Crypto is now traded on the greater fool principle, which is the same thing useless real estate is traded on. You could make prison wallets too, but I'm not going to.
We're back.
Yep. Oh, welcome back to the show. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. 773-763-9278 is our number. Of course, I live stream at infotainmentwars.com and at twitch.tv/Hal Sparks or on my Facebook page. And you can join me at any of those places and you can contribute to the show. One of the ways you can help my show exist is by becoming a Patreon subscriber. If I'm sure by now many of you are, you might even support Steph's show by being a Patreon subscriber to the show. If you're on there, think about dropping me a line and helping the show out to exist. Add yourself to the list of people who are like, hey, here's a cup of coffee once a month. Glad to help out. Patreon.com/Hal Sparks. It's pretty simple. And then, of course, you can super chat and you can gift subs and you can have memberships on whatever. Pick your poison, as it were, and help the show exist because I am building this race car as we're in the race. And when 2024 rolls around, and we are in the middle of this, we'll have a whole conversation. I'm going to be, after this show today, I will be rolling over into my live stream, and I will be going through the entirety of, or what's available of it anyways, of the Trump-Tucker Carlson interview that he just did, piece by piece. I have not watched it, and I will be fact-checking and joking about it, and swearing a good piece. Things I can't say on the radio, I will be saying a bunch of on my live stream. And Lady B, do we have any callers? Just so I'm not stepping on anybody before I move to my next point. Okay, good. All right, excellent. I didn't think so, but I wanted to make sure. So one of the things that we need to walk, and if I can roll us into, if I could bring this plane in for a soft landing, I'd be glad to do it. And we kind of started a little bit earlier in the first hour talking about this. That we are going to have to be increasingly responsible for our own fact-checking and dubiousness about certain things. And that taking things with a grain of salt and watching your outrage machine, making sure nobody can pull the string on your outrage and wind you up, will be for the foreseeable future, a regular part of your active citizenry, especially when we get close to the upcoming election. Now, the example I will give is the most ham-handed October surprise we've seen in a long time was the alleged Hunter Biden laptop, which I will tell you does not exist. And the way I know this is because the model that was allegedly dropped off and abandoned, by the way, the guy, John Paul McIsaac, who is trying to sue everyone for making him look bad, started looking through the private files of that were on that hard drive allegedly the night he got it, not 90 days afterwards. And I had my suspicions and I was going to throw it out, but I thought, hey, maybe I'll just check the files on there to see if the drive's corrupt. And oh my God, what I found. No, the same day. So he wants to sue everybody for ruining his business, allegedly, when his story is that if you drop your laptop or any of your electronic devices off at his shop, he will be going through your private communications within the hour. And I don't know about you, but I think that's a bad business plan when it comes to data recovery. Anyways, so the big standout for me, besides the fact that the Washington Post story, which I also broke down, was garbage about verifying the laptop when they never actually saw it. What they saw was a drive, a hard drive, named laptop. And I don't know about you, but it's not a laptop unless it has screens and buttons. But that said, the laptop itself that gets floated around, or the details from it, the hard drive that Rudy Giuliani is shopping around and brought back from Ukraine, quite frankly, that he bought from some Russians that were tied to Yanukovych's crowd and still miffed over being drummed out of power because they were supposed to run the place on Russia's behalf as a sock puppet. He paid $5 million for it. They were selling it for $3 million. Has 416 gigabytes of information on it. You can look at all of it. People have sifted through it like crazy. They eventually came around to posting everything that was on there. And the problem I have with that, and I'm sure you'd understand, is that the max hard drive on the model that was supposedly dropped off at John Paul McIsaac's Peekaboo shop is 256 gigabytes. That year, that model, biggest hard drive it had, 256. And according to John Paul McIsaac, the guy who allegedly rooted through the thing after, and by the way, who is legally blind and cannot see past 6 inches in front of his face, and couldn't pick Hunter Biden out of a lineup, literally. And no one could just impersonate someone and just drop something off at the only repair shop run by a blind guy who hates the Bidens. Anyways, that drive, that amount, he was not even able to recover all of the data on that 256 gig drive. It maxes at 256. He was not able to recover all of it. So even in the case that he would have had a direct copy of the hard drive, it would have had less material on it, right? We're following me? You follow me? Okay. It would have had less material on it than the maximum. And it certainly wouldn't have 416 gigabytes of stuff, which is dumb. And considering that Rudy Giuliani had access to the entirety of the hard drive and only doled out printouts to the New York Post leading up to it, didn't let them even look at the drive itself for another year and a half, during which time it grew in size, please, that apparently there was a problem with the Biden campaign had problems with non-consensual nude pictures and videos of Biden's son that were, by the way, were stolen from his phone, which was hacked in Ukraine, which is obvious to anyone. That process, that ham-handed October surprise, that mix of real and fake, that, bloviated nonsense. And by the way, that's what they're angry about. If you want to check what Republicans are really angry about Hunter Biden, is that their October surprise was a dud. It was crap. It never amounted to anything, and it drives them crazy. And the only thing they can cling to is this illusion, curious as it is, that Joe Biden is in the pocket of China. And I know what you're thinking. Gee, if you're in the pocket of China, why would China want the AUKUS agreement? Why would China want the first active military defense of Taiwan from a U.S. president specifically? Why would China want more visits from U.S. members of Congress and administration? Why would China want more Marines training Taiwan? Why would China want the CHIPS Act to literally cause people who worked in even a consulting capacity in chip manufacturing and in high-end electronics in China to on midnight of the night it went into effect to have to choose between working for a company or losing their U.S. citizenship, and they all decided to stay U.S. citizens and left. How much did China pay to get rolled like that? It's a great question. It makes no sense if you're China. If you thought you were buying a politician and they did this to you, I think you'd either be very angry and act that out, or I suppose you would create deep fakes and other stuff to try and embarrass them, or you would dump whatever blackmail material you were threatening them with. Of course, as soon as you do that, as soon as we all know that Hunter Biden smokes in the bathtub and apparently is such a crackhead that he can smoke crack and nap, which is amazing. As soon as everyone knows that stuff, what good is your blackmail? How many more of those pictures are going to change a thing? And if the business deals that never went through because China was trying a multi-tiered approach, as they've done with myriads of U.S. politicians and economists and university professors and presidents, and they, in the soft power push that they've been doing for the last decade, if they were unsuccessful, that in and of itself seems to be a reason for, to drop any concern that you might have, that they tried to do this and they didn't amount to it. These companies were never built. Why? Well, because the Chinese companies that were fronts for the Chinese government never lived up to their end of the bargain, and it all died. And the people got paid their retainers and moved on. Because they couldn't live up to the limitations that FARA puts on companies. And nobody else was biting. So as ham-handed as that was, going into 2024, I feel like I used to be worried about it. When the deepfakes and the stuff started showing up, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a tough one. But I feel like the zone is going to be so flooded with this garbage that nobody's going to believe any video or audio that they hear from anybody out of the gate, because we'll all be checking ourselves. And the response to everything will be, it's probably a deep fake. Even if it isn't, so much to the point where that kind of October surprise might be dead in the water. And Trump, interestingly enough, has spent so much time trying to destroy the press in this country, make them out to be, weak and untrustworthy and the enemy of the people, that his supporters aren't going to believe a news story if it's written. And our side, the Democratic side of the aisle, is more than likely going to, we won't trust Fox or something like that, but we won't have a problem reading a story about Donald Trump that turns out to be true, because we're not automatically knee-jerk assuming that any article in the New York Times is the end of the world. Lay that on top of the fact that Trump is still talking people out of voting. I don't know where this winning recipe for 2024 comes from on any front, especially if you got Marge Taylor Greene as the titular head of the party, because that's the direction they're going. I just don't see it being a winning strategy. But I do feel like I understand why they think Putin and Xi are smart, because they're equally as dumb. We got to take a break, last break of the show, and then I'll be back right after this. I'm Hal Sparks, filling in for Joan Esposito on WCPT, Chicago's Progressive Talk.
I just got a caller, Ron from Michigan.
Excellent. Oh my God, CSL, why does the mess look like he's trying to sneak on campus as the nerd version of 21 Jump Street as a narc? It's so weird. In the pictures on his images, good Lord. And I think I'm just going to do the Trump stuff, and then it'll probably eat up the whole show. But if it doesn't, I'll do those, and then I'm going to call it a night since I've been on all day, and then start fresh tomorrow after I can rest my throat. Hello. By the way, love you, chat room. Hi. Look at you guys. Look at this. Blazing. Share the show, by the way. Like, subscribe, put it out there. I'll only get a 2-hour nap. 2 hours, 35 minutes, Cynthia. I set an alarm.
Last spot, 30 seconds.
Excellent. This, by the way, chat room, this is what I'm talking about. This is the outfit. No, I'm a teenager, just like you. Thank you, Brenda. Oh, Johnny Million rated. I can't believe it. We got a raid from Johnny Million in the last segment of the show, and that's wonderful. I'm Hal Sparks. I'm filling in for Joan Esposito. Yeah, so I was kind of stepping on it's Johnny Million on Twitter .tv. The whole show, I feel bad, but it's just because I'm filling in and it's the thing or whatever. We got one more caller, and we're almost out of time, so I want to make sure we got a chunk of time. I want to be able to get them in. Who do we have, Lady B?
We have Ron from Michigan.
Excellent. Hey, Ron, welcome.
Hi, Hal. Hal, a couple of points. About a day or two ago, I think Mayor-elect Brandon was at the Blackhawk hockey game, and they showed his picture on the screen, and there was mild clapping, okay? But then when they announced that was the new mayor, they broke into boos. Okay, and well, in my opinion, the Blackhawk crowd is one of the most racist crowds in the United States. I mean, with their interruption of the national anthem with their cheers and whistles, they say it's a matter of pride. I say it's total disrespect for the American nation,
the anthem,
in my opinion. But then there was also an incident where Walmart has announced that they're going to be closing a number of their smaller stores in some of them in the food desert areas, to my understanding. And the rumor is Paul Vallis, who is closely linked to the Walmart family and their massive attempt to privatize schools with charter schools. And that was what they were funding in Chicago, because they wanted Paul Vallis to have that foothold. But with his election loss, they said, screw Chicago, we're pulling our stores out and let you, your own devices, but just one of the racist things.
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm never going to count on Walmart to do something for the community. They rolled in and basically, mowed down mom and pops and smaller grocery stores and that kind of stuff, using their trucking connections to basically undercut everybody. So the idea that somehow they were ever going to be a net positive is sort of, is absurd. So, and there will be something that fills the gap ultimately. And again, Chicago, it's a big city. There's a lot of different areas. And one of the things we do have is relatively decent public trans. So we're not, this isn't where they pull out of a rural area, that they just don't like the politics of, which they've done a couple of times, where people have to drive, an hour to find another grocery store. So I'm less concerned about that, not surprised at all. But ultimately, quite frankly, if they pull out of, profitable or positive areas and the next generation of people decide that's not their store, it's going to bite them eventually anyways. That's a mess of their own making, I think. Secondarily, it is now a knee-jerk reaction in the United States to boo politicians. It's lazy. And by the way, I would like to say for the record, but for the rare occasion that it's someone who's been in office and they so horribly, I don't know, committed a crime or were doing influence peddling or were driven out, from Trump to Blagojevich to anybody like that, where a crowd might genuinely react that way because of stuff they've done. Anybody who boos the new mayor like that is actually essentially booing the public and therefore themselves. It's a very silly reflex. And just booing the person that won that you didn't vote for necessarily, especially when the Chicago mayor's race, the turnout wasn't all that huge. So, it seems to me they're booing their lack of participation. And I think that's the part that I find depressing. LA's the same way. We have again, politicians are a reflection of the public. And if you think, this is Carlin did a big bit on this, but I think it's crucial to the argument that in any of these situations that are bigger than any single vote, one of the things that we have to do is look at these folks and go, how is this person being in office reflective somehow of me and how I handle things and what I do and how good I am at arguing my point and all that kind of stuff? Because it's the only way you can materially affect anything. Whether the Blackhawk fans are racist or not is a conversation for, I guess for posterity. I don't know that that's necessarily the case. I will say, though, that habit is lazy. It is as lazy as everybody who complains about their job but wouldn't quit. There's an element of, there's a grump factor, and especially in MAGA world, it has grown a lot in the last couple of years, in the last half a decade, quite frankly. And I would trace it all the way back to Reagan's, there are, the 11 worst words you can hear in the U.S. government is I'm Ronald Reagan and I don't recall. No, where he said, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. That mythology, that faux libertarian garbage that's been pushed around for a long time, and mix that with the hyper left-wing progressive crowds. If we can't get everything, nobody gets anything. You mix those two groups together, you're going to get someone booing. No, even if they would have voted for them, you'll see a massive booing. And those are the people who will vocally articulate that sentiment. And before the man has actually had a chance to implement any policies whatsoever. That's, again, more reflective of you. More, not you, the caller, but like the public in general, ourselves. And it's a habit. It's one we have to break because it points to a lack of faith in democracy that's been cultivated for a very long time. And the same propaganda that makes everybody think good guy with a gun versus bad guy with a gun, and we need more guns, and the more guns we have, the better we'll be, and there's guns everywhere, and if you go outside, it's just going to be guns, so I should probably have a gun, and then I shouldn't lock it up, because if I lock it up, they'll come in, and but if they have a gun, their gun isn't locked up, so why should I lock up my gun, even though most people are killed by their own gun because they're messing around with them. And so I feel like we have a responsibility in those situations to less have that judgment and recognize where are we not operating in good faith with the people that we vote for, with the people that we put in office. And many of you know, and I'll finish on this because I will rant for a long time. But anybody who goes about saying about a politician that they voted for that we must, and I quote, hold their feet to the fire, should be ashamed of themselves. Because using a torture reference on a person that supposedly shares your values that you voted for, or, especially if you didn't and you want to hold their feet to the fire, that's amazing. There's so many of those. But the idea that you're going to use a torture reference like that on, to discuss as a political analogy in a democracy is quite frankly sad. And it should go in the dustbin right along with words like we need somebody to fight for us in Congress. No, you don't. You need somebody who can argue. You need somebody who can reason. You need somebody who's consistent and persistent. But that ain't fighting. That's focus. Thanks to Joan Esposito and everybody in Chicago for letting me fill in today. I'm going to roll straight into my show. Much love to everybody. Take care of yourselves and take care of somebody else. And I'm going to be filling in next week, I think on Wednesday as well. I think that's the date. But I'll see you guys next time.
See you next week.
Yes, thank you so much. Love you. Big hug. Can't wait to see you in person.
Yes.
Yay. Okay. Bye. Okay, and
Bye.
everybody on the live stream, I'm going to switch over to my startup screen to transition into a new thing and change the title of the show. We'll be back in just a second. All right, I'm back. I'm just gonna go straight into it because I'd want to like I'm on a roll and I probably will collapse at some point. So I want to get straight into this. First of all, if I may, let's see, straighten this business out. This is Trump's interview with Tucker Carlson, and he looks like shit. I don't mean this just because he's a piece of shit. I mean because he genuinely, like, looks gross puffy. Something's up. Like, I drove all night last night. I've slept a total of, like, 2 hours and 25 minutes in the last, 30 hours. And granted, he's, a 70-some-odd-year-old man. But, ugh. This is 3 parts. We'll get through this, hopefully, in tonight's show. I have a feeling if I start right away, we'll still be at it. So I'm going to hit it. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share the show, thumbs up, memberships, all the stuff I'm supposed to say. Patreon.com/HalSparks. Or you could just be a giant whale who likes Cash App and that'll rotate over into Venmo as well. Okay, here we go. Oh, God. Wish me luck.
Mr. President, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on one second. It's very quiet. Let me see if I can bring it up a little bit for me. Yep, there you go. I don't know why it was turned down like that.
Last week, you were in New York for this arraignment. The world watched it. You've not given...
Yes, we waited with bated breath. The world watched it. And it wasn't as well framed as this weird... What the fuck are they expecting? A cake that somebody will jump out of? What is this? I mean, it's weird enough that you're, like, inside a wedding cake, but this table is sitting over here with flowers on it. There's not, like, a table to put your drink on or anything like that, which seems logical in a long-form interview. Can we fix this shit? Protocol. Journalists. Here's how it works. There is either a big enough central table where you're sitting across from someone like you're sitting at a desk or a dining room table, like a dinner table, where you can set your notes and your drink on it and you're talking across a table to somebody. You can do it that way. Or you can each have a little, like, island right here for notes, drinks, and whatever. You know what you should get? You know those little things for magazines that they have next to toilets? Bring 2 of those. This is fucking weird. I keep expecting a dance number.
Interview since you were there, I think, 57 minutes. Tell us from your perspective what that was like.
Well, it was a horrible thing because I did nothing wrong.
It was a horrible thing because they caught me.
Absolutely nothing wrong. You look at even the pundits and the legal analysis, Greg Jarrett, all of these.
Wait, Greg Jarrett said so? Well, shit.
Really talented people. They're
Geraldo, well, he wasn't on board. Jesse Waters, anybody who can go right, who's not afraid to get on the I guess the S line or whatever, the blue line, and go, I don't know, I don't ride poor people trains, and go down to Chinatown and be racist right to their faces. That's a finely tuned legal mind.
Saying he didn't do anything wrong. So that's number one. Number two.
Yeah, that's what they said. He didn't do anything wrong. No, they didn't. Some of them are saying that they don't think what he did can legally be charged as a campaign violation. None of them think it was right that he was fucking a porn star and paid her off to shut up to protect his campaign, and because it happened while his wife was home with their 5-month-old.
They were incredible. When I went to the courthouse, which is also a prison in
a sense. Yeah, it's sort of like, I don't know if you know, this is how some jails, I guess apparently when you're guilty, they can take you right, and there's like a cell right there. They have cuffs in that place. Again, like, this is so oddly dumb.
Signed me in, and I'll tell you, people were crying. People that work.
Yeah, with laughter.
There. Professionally work there, that have no problems
that professionally work there. Some of the amateurs there were not crying. I don't know why.
In murderers, and they see everybody. It's tough place. And
yeah, apparently it's a prison in a lot of ways.
They were actually crying. They said, "I'm sorry." They'd say, "2024, sir, 2024." and tears are pouring down their eyes. I've never seen anything like the whole.
By the way, tears don't pour down your eyes. They pour down your face. They come from your eyes. And if this man has ever had a moment where he actually had an emotion that involved another human being for more than a millisecond out of obligation or some sort of promise of reward, he would know that. Tears don't run down your eyes.
Those people are phenomenal. Those are your police.
Yep.
Those are the people that work at the courthouse.
Uh-huh. So you were in a building and there were people there that work there. Uh-huh. Yeah.
They're unbelievable people. Many of them were in tears or close to it.
Yeah, close to. I mean, you could tell. Weren't most of them close to it? Aren't we all on the edge of tears all the time? You could tell.
Many apologists were sorry, sir. We're sorry. They had to have me do certain things. They said, sir.
Sir, sorry, but we have to look in your butthole if you can find it.
I can't believe I have to ask you. I can't even believe that I have to ask you to do it. You could see.
Ask you to do what? Drop your shorts and spread them? What? I'm sorry. I need to frisk you, sir.
So in one sense, it was.
Is Ronnie Jackson here?
Beautiful, because they get it. In another sense, it's nasty.
Yes. On the one hand, it's beautiful because they get it. On the other hand, it's beautiful because you're going to get it. So,
I went to the Wharton School of Finance. They didn't teach me about that. That wasn't like in the cards.
About the arraignment part?
That wasn't. We didn't have a class on arraignment.
First of all, how do you not fucking know? How do you not know how any of this shit works? Your attorneys haven't talked this over with you, or are they just as fucking dumb?
And it was a sad day in many ways, and in many ways it was a beautiful day, because the people understand. I didn't know this was happening, but the poll numbers have gone through the roof.
Oh yeah, you're doing great. Yeah, keep at it. You haven't lost a single vote. You know what? Who you've really gotten is suburban women. They're back in droves. Yeah, because they like the bad boy kind of thing. They like potential felons.
The people get it. And the other ones are hoaxes also. The box hoax. Look at Biden. He's got 1,850 boxes. And, that's a hoax. And then.
Yes, it's a hoax that he has 1,850 boxes, I suppose.
The one in Atlanta where I had a perfect phone call. This is all weaponization. They're weaponizing our justice system, Tucker. And they think if they go and give you a subpoena, I guess I'm very well known and people understand it and they get it, and maybe I have a bigger platform so I can explain it. But if you're somebody, a Republican, let's say, running for office, and you get a subpoena.
Yeah. Do you know what those things are? Like, I don't know, like Roy Moore got, for his phones and his correspondence about him having sex with minors and stuff. Like, that's a lot.
You might as well resign because you're not going to be able to survive it. And
the fuck is he talking about? Tons of politicians across the board have gotten subpoenas over the years. Some of them have stepped down or lost their jobs, and others haven't. Jesus Christ.
Voters aren't going to handle it. The voters aren't going to take it. What they're doing is weaponizing the system, and there's never been anything like it. And it's all disinformation. You see, the other day.
By the way, hold on. How tall is Tucker Carlson? He's 6 feet tall, and he weighs approximately 180 pounds. Yeah. I weigh 165, and I'm 5'9". No. Unless he's like, his legs are skinny, so maybe there's just no meat on the bone, but whatever. But he's 6 feet tall. This Trump is supposed to be 6'3". Look at the size of his head, and look at this. What the fuck? Are they doing this on purpose? Is this an edit? I would love to find out that, like, there's an editor at Fox News just fucking with him all the time. Like, look at Tucker's hands and look at Trump's hands. Look at Tucker's hands and look at Trump's hands. And now both of them have them in their laps in this weird kind of ball cover way.
Afghanistan, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I think the most embarrassing moment that this country's ever had, frankly, the way we got out, not the getting out. We had to get out. It was ridiculous to be there.
But you were gonna stay in Bagram forever?
I had that so good, so tight, so tough. I
had that so good, so tight, so tough. Yes,
spoke to the leader, Abdul. I said, Abdul, if you do anything, you're going to get hit really hard. Literally, I even...
And by the way, Tucker's laughing at him because he knows this is bullshit. He laughs at him. He fucking hates Trump. He's talked about this, and he's heard this shit story before.
He said, but sir, why? Why? He goes, why, oh, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you'll have to figure that one out, Abdul. But we didn't have one death in 18 months. He knew. Not one death. And then to see the way we got out, like we were surrendering, like taking the military out first, leaving $85 billion worth of equipment behind.
Also, none of this is true. Just a gish gallop of bullshit, and Tucker's not pushing back on any of it.
Giving up Bagram, I was going to keep Bagram. I was getting...
Yeah, that's how you get out, by staying. I was going to get out of the country for good. I was getting us down. We were going to get out of there. Of course, we were going to keep the largest military base in the country and staff it nonstop forever.
But not for Afghanistan. It's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. It's one of the biggest Air Force...
1 hour by what? Helicopter? Who gives a fuck?
Bases in the world, I think the biggest, with runways that go 10,000 feet. I was keeping that because of China, not because of Afghanistan.
Right.
And
what do you mean, right? No. We have satellites. We don't... Why the fuck do we need to be an hour away by airplane?
They left everything. They left in the dark of night. They left the lights on. They left the dogs, by the way. You know, the people say about the dogs. They left the dogs. Everyone, you know, the dog lovers, and you got a lot of them. I love dogs. You love dogs. But
no, he doesn't love dogs. Trump has never had a pet.
They left the dogs. People said, what? One of the first questions I got, what did they do with the dogs? Mostly German Shepherds. They left them. What they did, the way they got out was...
You mean the dogs that were for the Afghan military to use?
So horrible. Okay. Everybody knows...
They left their dogs, not our dogs.
That was their plan. That had nothing to do with me. I was getting out, too. We would have gotten out with strength and dignity.
And stayed forever in Bagram. We would have gotten out by staying in, which is how Eric was born, unfortunately.
And what happened? They got out. And the other day I hear, yeah, it was Trump's fault. Oh, that's right. It was Trump. I was gone for a long... I would have been out faster than them. We would have had all the equipment. We would have had the American citizens. We left hostages. We left Americans behind. Many. I think many more than you think.
Yeah. We left the same amount of Americans in Afghanistan as Mexicans who have come across our southern border. 11 million at least.
And we had 13 soldiers killed. And nobody ever mentions the fact that we had many maimed so badly. No arms, no legs. Their face was obliterated. This is the way this guy got out. We would have gotten out with dignity and strength. We were going to.
Yeah, we were going to. I just didn't have time to. I could have ordered that exact withdrawal in December after I lost the election, but I was in such a fuck America zone. I just wasn't into it. You know what I mean? And there was all this COVID, and I was mad at Xi Jinping. Yeah.
But I was taking 100% of... I said, I want every nail. I want every screw. I want the tents. They said, sir, the tents are very hard to take out. I said, I want the tents. I want the tanks. I want the planes. I want everything. And a couple of them fought me on it, like Milley. He said, sir, I think it's cheaper to leave the equipment.
And by the way, he's like got a bullfrog jowl happening. This is strange. That's a new kind of jowl that's happening. Anyway, maybe he just didn't shave well and there's makeup on it.
Went behind. I said, let me ask you, we have a plane that cost $100 million. It's sitting there. All it needs is a tank of gas, right? Give me a little...
They took the planes out. All right.
Little jet fuel. We'll fly it to Pakistan or any place else, or we'll fly it directly home. You say it's cheaper to leave a $100 million plane. Sir, I think overall it's cheaper. These are idiots we're dealing with. They left $85 billion worth of equipment. They left our American citizens behind. And they moved the military out first. No, you move the military out last. I did a little skit with a 5-year-old kid. I said, let me ask you.
Oh, this is the same shit we hear all the time. He's just doing, this is the stump speech to Tucker.
Here's the situation. I explained the situation. I said, would you take the military out first or would you take it out last? I take it out last.
Sir, by the way, did you show that kid the photo of the sergeant who was the last to leave walking up into the plane? Did you show the 6,000 extra military members that went there to help with the evacuation? That would be sending more people in to help with it, and they left last?
5-year-old. But they took the military out first, and they were afraid of our military. When I was there, they were afraid. We didn't have one soldier killed.
That was the deal he made. Don't kill any of our soldiers, and we'll be out by this date. And then he did none of the work, says set it up. This is so fucking dumb.
18 months, Tucker. Not one soldier was killed in 18 months. And then we got out like we surrendered. I think it was the single most embarrassing day in the history of our
He says this all the time. Like he's now repeating this on a loop.
Country. It was totally their fault. They didn't go by anything because, we had a system of getting out.
Which was what?
If the Taliban, in particular, the Taliban, because that's where the action was, right? When I called Abdul, the press went crazy. The fake news went crazy. Why did he call an enemy? I said, well, it's Jesse James. I used to ask him, why did he rob banks? He said, that's where the money is. Why did I call the head of the Taliban? Because that's where the killing was.
Is it just me? Or is he just trying to snort up his own upper lip?
And he's there now, Abdul. I'm sure he likes me. Call me Your Excellency. I don't know if he calls Biden Your Excellency.
I hope fucking not.
Probably. I mean, they're one of the largest arms dealers now in the world. They're selling the $85 billion worth of it because they only need 5% of it.
Of course.
They're selling.
Of course. Have you, we're going to cut to footage right now of those arms showing up in a bunch of different countries. Now, obviously, we're going to cut to footage of Africa because that's what scares Tucker's voters the most. And of course, the guns that we're going to see there are AK-47s. But
the equipment, they're one of the largest, I think second.
Yes, that was Willie Sutton, not Jesse James. Excellent point, Leather Goddess of Phobos.
Brand new helicopters, brand new airplanes, brand new tanks. Unbelievable what we left behind. We ran, and there was no reason to.
We ran. Fuck you.
I had them. I could have stayed there for 5 years.
He was going to. He was going to stay forever. What the fuck do you think keep Bagram means?
If I wanted to. I wanted out. 21 years was enough. I wanted out. We shouldn't have.
Well, then why didn't you do it during COVID? What better cover was there?
In the first place. But
I didn't do it the entire time I was in office because fuck it.
When I see what happens, when I see the level of stupidity, and because of that, it's all a big web. Because of that, I think Putin, who would have never gone into Ukraine.
Okay, so yeah, this is just this is his Gish Gallop of choice about world events.
When I was there, would have never. I talked to him about it often. Would have never.
Yeah, hold on, I have to stand up. I drove last night. I'm tired, but I feel like it's better standing.
Never ever done that. When he saw that I wasn't there.
When he saw that I wasn't there, and he could use his cocaine uninterrupted.
And he saw these fools, these stupid people. And think of that, the way they left Afghanistan and nobody was fired. I fired a lot of people because if they didn't do a good job, I'd fire them.
May I ask you, talk to Putin about Ukraine? What did you say to him?
I could see that he loved it. And
I could see that he loved it. Well, no, there's no greater sign of love than a mass grave. I mean, look at, sure. Putin has Bucha. Trump has Ivana at Bedminster.
I said...
he loved Ukraine.
He considers it to be a part of Russia.
Yeah.
Russia. I said, not when I'm president. We had a very good relationship. Look, I was the worst thing that ever happened to him. I closed up his pipeline. You never heard the... The words Nord Stream 2 until I came along. Nord Stream 2 is their pipeline.
Because it was being built. It wasn't. All right.
And I had a great relationship with them, but it was very tough because they had a fake Russia investigation. And I told them.
That's a really, like, that whole, like, is he plugging a hole in his hard palate so he can sniff without the air being pulled up through the roof of his mouth like Don Jr.?
And he told me, he said, it's very hard for us to deal, don't you think? I said, very hard, because we have a fake investigation that turned out to be a fake. For 2 years it went on. And we could have done very well with Russia. They have great minerals. They have great things that we want.
Yeah, minerals, absolutely. All the vitamins you'd need. It's basically like a breakfast cereal that pushes people out of windows.
Could have, and they need the money, and they need other things.
They need other things, like the freedom to kill.
But that
they needed other things, like Ukraine and Georgia and Chechnya and, of course, Moldova, and Latvia and Lithuania. But yes,
feared. That was a terrible thing. That was actually a treasonous thing to do. Those people should have been arrested. They made it up. They made up a problem with Russia that didn't exist. Now they've all admitted it didn't exist.
No, they haven't.
It's just on to the next one.
On to the next one. You were on to the next one, motherfucker. Barr helped you dodge any comeuppance from the Mueller report. He guaranteed they couldn't look into your finances. He stopped them from being able to indict you. And as soon as it was over, you're like, he wrote me a 4-page note. He's my Roy Cohn. Fuck everybody. And you immediately called Zelensky and threatened him.
I often say, they said to me the other day.
Oh, this is you must be the most honest man.
One of your fellow journalists said, who's the biggest problem, sir? Is it China? Oh. Could it be Russia? Could it be North Korea? No, I said the biggest problem is from within.
Yeah, that's what it is. Democrats, clearly.
It's these sick, radical people from within, because we can handle, if we're smart, we can handle Russia, China. I did. I took in billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No other president took in anything, and they respected me. He's the same thing, you know.
Jesus Christ.
I told him, you can't go into Taiwan.
It's the same stuff.
You can't do it.
You can't go into Taiwan. You can't do it. Wait till my second term and then do it in like the last year, because I give a fuck.
I won't tell you exactly what I said, but it was something that probably a lot of people wouldn't like if they heard it, but it was very tough. Don't go into Taiwan.
It was probably something very tough, like, don't go into Taiwan until I'm at the end of my presidency, or, the year after when Pence is in there, because fuck him. And after my second term, then you can go in and I'll help you. I'll make sure that we start moving our shit out like a year before, like we did with Ukraine.
If you do, we're going to have problems.
And then, of course, I couldn't because the Congress had already allocated the money and I couldn't. I tried, though. I tried.
Problems. Other than that, we're going to be great relationship. We're going to have a great relationship.
And you trusted him about COVID, and everything worked out.
And he said to me when I said we're going to do something, if he goes in, no, you wouldn't do it. I'll do that. I swear I'll do that. And he didn't.
Do what? Again, do what? Nuke China? Send in warships? Defend Taiwan? Because the whole idea has been this, like, when Biden was like, yeah, we're going to defend Taiwan with force, his whole side was like, what the fuck? You're going to start World War III with China. And this motherfucker wants everybody to believe that in a private meeting with Xi Jinping, he said, if you enter Taiwan, I'm going to fuck you up.
He didn't believe me, but he believed me 10%. The same.
Is that because he was 90% laughing?
Thing with Putin. I said I was going to do something really nasty if he goes into Ukraine. He said, no, you're not going to do that. I said, I will. And he didn't believe me either, but he believed me 10%.
Because that was your commission?
And the 10%, you never heard talk about going into Ukraine. You never heard talk about going into Taiwan.
Going into Ukraine? They were already there, motherfucker.
Until I was no longer there. Now, what a mess the world is in. What a mess.
What a mess. All right, this is the next piece of it. He seems very confused about why he would be asked questions on this. Again, this is the same shit we hear all the time. For the record, he was going to hand Ukraine to Russia. He was going to hand Taiwan to China. Like the idea is that he was going to undermine NATO. If we could close down NATO, it would make it even easier. That's why this never would have happened, because they never would have had a chance.
Covering the weather beat here in windy Palm Beach. Actually, we're here to interview the former president and now the Republican.
Boring. Edit. Okay, here we go.
Conversation. Here it is. You said at the time when you were president that going to war with Russia, either hot war or cold war, would drive Russia into an alliance with China.
I did.
And that would displace us as the most powerful nation.
I did.
You did? When? He says it now a lot.
But we have a bigger problem. The bigger problem is the weaponry. The weaponry today is so powerful. This isn't like Second World War where we have army tanks running around shooting each other.
That's actually precisely what's going on in Ukraine right now. It's army tanks running around shooting each other. That's literally, it is nearly, but for modernization, it is the exact same tactical circumstance. From muddy trenches and fucking air superiority, there are drones instead of, Spitfires, but basically
weapons the likes of which the world has never seen before.
The Japanese would like a word.
They have them and we have them. And China has them less, but within 5 years, China will have equal to us. China, I'm talking about nuclear.
No, they won't. And
China has the big.
How much can I say about this? How much can I charge him to see some of the classified documents about China's stuff that I have in my office? Even though it's disinfo that the CIA knew I was untrustworthy and they slipped me a bunch of bullshit. But
beginnings of a very big, very powerful nuclear. They're short 5 years. They had started much later. Russia and us are comparable. Massive power, massive. And that's one of the things.
More than people understand?
More than people understand, yeah. Yeah, more.
Were you surprised?
They don't understand the power. If you look at Hiroshima, as some people call it.
Hiroshima. As some people will say with their weird way of talking.
Look at Nagasaki. You look at those two events took place many, many years ago.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Those two events. You mean those two cities?
And multiply that power times 500. That's what you're talking about. Where it actually melted the granite. Granite is unmeltable by blowtorches.
Yes.
Really? You can't melt stone with a blowtorch? You don't say.
But the granite, if you look at granite area.
How many blowtorches are we talking about? Can we get the Mythbusters on this? We need 6,000 blowtorches all at once. And if we could, either in a giant, maybe we lower them all, or perhaps if you could funnel the blowtorches, get the fuck out of here.
It's like water that got, hardened.
We call that ice. But run that by me again, stupid. This is great. This is very Building 7. I can't wait to see him in the new Zeitgeist.
Unmeltable by blowtorches.
Yes.
But the granite.
Yes.
If you look at granite areas, it's like water that got, hardened, like an ice skating rink. It melted the granite. If you look at that and multiply it times 500, that's what you're talking about. When I listen to people talk about.
Yes, we know that modern nuclear weapons and their capability are hundreds of times more powerful than Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Yes, we know. Yeah, I don't know if you know this. This is how technology often works.
Global warming, that the ocean will rise in the next 300 years by 1/8 of an inch. And they talk about this is our problem. Our big problem is nuclear warming, and nobody even talks about it. The environmentalists talk about all this nonsense in many cases. Look, I'm an environmentalist also, I guess, in my own way, because I figure, fuck it, we're all going to get nuked anyways. Done a good job with the environment, but
have you now?
Nobody talks about nuclear. The problem we have, the biggest problem.
Nobody. What the fuck are you talking about? We're always talking about nuclear deproliferation. That's the fucking point. What do you think? All right. Like, at this point, like, he just got us out of the START treaty and all these things. He's like, nobody even talks about this. Motherfucker, you were implementing the removal of the U.S. from anti-nuclear proliferation treaties that we had with Russia.
Problem we have in the whole world. It's not global warming. It's nuclear warming.
Okay, this is just stupid. And I don't know that Tucker knows what the fuck he's talking about. I think he's having a thought right now like, oh, I'm talking to an imbecile.
And all it takes is one madman, and you're going to have a problem the likes of which the world has never seen. And it's only a matter of seconds. You don't have to wait 200 to 300 years for it to happen.
Yeah, so, I mean, you can be shot, so why exercise, eat right, and go to the gym? You know what I mean? Because you can wait months and not see your abs or whatever, but you can, in a second, you can see your brains blown all over the sidewalk and go, hey, why was I even eating right?
So what you're saying is demonstrably true. Why is this not something our leaders talk about or the press talks about?
Because I don't think they're smart. I don't think they get it. Putin got it. I would talk to him about it all the time. I never mentioned the word nuclear. You never heard me mention the word.
You just said people are stupid for not talking about it. And then you said you talked about it all the time, but you wouldn't say the word. So maybe he thought you were talking about something else. Or maybe you're just full of shit.
My uncle was a professor, a great professor at MIT.
Oh, dear. This is going to be the thing where he's like, I got some of his smarts just because smart people.
For a long time. I think he has the longest, Dr. John Trump. And he would talk about a lot of different things, and it was very interesting to me. For years, I talked to him. Passed away. He's a great, great gentleman. I think it's the longest tenured professor in the history of MIT. But if he wasn't, he was very close because he was there for almost 40 years.
By the way, who talks about their relatives like this?
And we talk about things, and he said, someday they'll have a suitcase, and in that suitcase, it'll be nuclear, and you'll blow up New York City out of a suitcase.
Was this in between ripping bong hits, or were you walking out of Terminator before he took you into the park for a stroll about doomsday?
I said, no, Uncle John, that can't possibly. He's right.
Why? What do you mean? No, Uncle John. Why would you even say no? That's been a story my whole goddamn life. What are you talking about? And he's not, by the way, he's not talking about in like 1960. He's talking about like walking around with this guy and talking with him in the 80s.
The power is so incredible. You can fire up a submarine and run it for years on essentially a tablet. Run it for years. So,
yeah, that's a nuclear powered engine, dummy. We know what yes, nuclear reactors can run off the same fuel for years. That's how that shit works. But a bomb and oh God, it's fucking stupid.
When we talk about war, and when I watch
the fact that he's like waxing rhapsodically, these stories, I know more about these things that, like, I don't know if you know this, but they were saying that if a thing like Skynet went online, perhaps a naked muscle man would come back from the future, and then you would end up, running from him and maybe hook up with this hot guy who ends up in Tombstone later.
All of the people talking about Ukraine and how's Ukraine doing, blah, blah, blah. Russia's sitting back. First of all, Ukraine's being obliterated.
Yes.
Okay, let's not even talk nuclear. But let's say it wasn't. Let's say they were doing better than anticipated.
They are doing better than anticipated.
If he decided to use his second form of destruction, which is nuclear, that's the end of that.
Yes, that's true. But it's also the end of him. It's the end of Russia. It's the end of every country on Earth's financial support or work with Russia, with maybe Iran as an exception, in which case, what the fuck are you going to get from them that's any good? And they're selling munitions to both sides so they don't give a rat's ass. What? You think China's going to be cool with Russia using nukes in Ukraine? Are you fucking bananas?
You understand? And I know where you are in Ukraine, so I mean, you understand it better than most. Most people don't. Most people don't even talk about it.
No, we talk about it a lot. I talk about it with someone who's actually there twice a week, and then I talk about it the rest of the week, and especially when dipshits like you bring it up. And the idea that like that Tucker is a fucking source at all for any reasonable like news story or concept around what's going on, what's actually happening in Ukraine is an absurdity.
They don't talk about the fact that he has equal to the United States in nuclear.
Of course they do, stupid. Everybody brings it up. Anytime we tell that motherfucker to stop doing what he's doing, it was like, hey, easy, easy. He might use nukes. The Russians have used, I've said this before, but the Russians use mutual assured destruction as an umbrella under which they can attack anybody they want, because if anybody tries to stop them from raping and murdering people, they're like, we'll nuke you. You're like, all right, well, let them rape and murder, I guess, as long as they don't nuke us. That's what they've used it for.
Capability and destruction. And so I watch all of this happening, and it's so sad.
But can I just ask, though, the Biden people know the power of nuclear weapons. They now control our arsenal. They don't seem worried about this.
That's because they don't understand life. They don't.
Yeah, that's the thing about, Biden. He thinks, like, life is about, like, eating ice cream with your grandkids and stuff. He doesn't know, what's he got to live for? He hasn't titty fucked the porn star while talking to Jeffrey Epstein on a video phone prototype that he got from selling it to suckers on The Apprentice.
Understand whatever it is that you have to understand.
They don't understand life or understand anything there is that you have to understand.
Our arsenal.
Listen to this shit.
They don't seem worried about this.
That's because they don't understand life. They don't understand whatever it is that you have to understand.
Yes, they don't understand whatever it is you have to understand. Jesus Christ. I'm exhausted. And he sounds like, I'm beginning to think like the tie is cutting off oxygen to what's left of his brain. They don't understand life. They don't understand whatever it is you have to understand. What were we talking about? Oh, right. The N-word.
Very interesting. At the very beginning, Biden was very afraid of nuclear because I watched him and he was, they have nuclear weapons. Which was exactly the wrong signal to send. You don't do that. But if you go back and check your files, you'll see Biden early on saying, we can't do this. They have nuclear weapons. Well, you don't want to, you don't want to act that way.
Yeah.
But he was very
What?
Afraid of nuclear. I said, you got to be a little bit cooler than that. But what happened is now that nobody talks about it. But every day Putin mentions.
It's weird that Biden was nervous about it in the beginning, and now he's not anymore. And I was like, you got to be cool, man. And now I'm shitting my pants. It's weird. It's like we've switched positions.
It, and every day other people mention it. And now all of a sudden, if you look, other countries are talking about getting it. This was something you don't mention. I call it the N-word.
It's just gross. I don't know why. I think he just likes being able to tell people I say the N-word all the time and nobody bothers me about it. Like, it's so gross.
You have two N-words. You don't mention either one of them. The nuclear word you don't mention.
Because didn't he just tell us that our leaders are stupid because they don't talk about these things? Let's talk. You don't talk about nuclear. You talk around it.
Because the power is so destructive. I met with professors at MIT, and
you explained to them how nuclear suitcase bombs work.
I was preparing for a debate. I wouldn't say it was a long preparation, but I did want to talk about nuclear because I consider it to be the single greatest threat the world has, far greater than global warming, like not even a contest. And I had these people come down. They were very smart.
And they were like, why the fuck are you sniffing?
We
have a medical facility we see this all the time with our students. You're gacked up on fucking Adderall and benzos, aren't you?
Expert. And I said, so when we start talking about nuclear in a debate, how would you handle it?
Jesus Christ. Well, I'm in my case, it would be an academic debate. And do you mean power or weapons or just the concept of the nucleus of an atom? Your question is so simple and dumb. I gotta be honest, it stumps me. And also, aren't you the one fucking running for president again?
And they looked at me, one in particular, and said, Sir,
I'm crying. I'm so sorry to tell you this.
You can't talk about it.
What? Shit. Wait. One in particular. What did the rest of them say? Yeah, I'm with him. Don't even say the word.
How would you handle it? And they looked at me, one in particular, and said, Sir, you can't talk about it. You cannot talk about it. I said, what does that mean? He said, it is so massive, it is so destructive that you cannot talk about it.
What? Again, what the fuck? It's a debate about policy to be president of the United States. You are in control of the U.S. nuclear arsenal. Of course you fucking can talk about it. And by the way, if they said anything close to that, the reason they said, that they're like, you can't talk about it, is because he's leaving out the part where he goes, well, if you were in a debate and you were like, I want to nuke somebody, or if I was going to, like, China was acting a certain way and I was like, I've got nukes and I could nuke you if you don't do it or whatever. How would you do that? How would I threaten someone with nukes? Like, if I had to threaten Biden with nukes, how would I do that? And they're like, you can't threaten people with nukes. What the fuck's the matter with you?
I understood exactly what he meant.
Well, you're in a class of one, because A, I don't believe he actually said that. The fuck? And secondly, huh?
And we stayed away from it for the most part. But now...
What if it came up? But that wasn't your follow-up? You can't talk about it. What if I'm asked a question in the debate about my belief about a nuclear first strike or our defensive readiness or how big our arsenal should be? Like, those are actual... that would affect my ability. I got to make a budget. Like, of course, I walk around with the fucking football. I can't go, don't forget the thing. The what? What? The MIT guy said, what the fuck are you talking about? You mean nuclear football? You said the N-word. No, I didn't. I said nuclear, not other N-word.
Now, Putin's mentioning it all the time.
That's right. By the way, somebody pointed out he wanted to nuke a hurricane.
We don't mention, but Putin's always mentioning it. You've heard him say it. We are a nuclear power. He said not so long ago, I said, that's the first time I've heard a major country. You do hear it talked about, and I did a good job. I did a great job with North Korea, Kim Jong-un. You went with me on a trip. You insulted him, which didn't make my life too easy, but that's okay. But you were there, one of the few. And
okay, so this is just a suck up.
It was an amazing, it had to be one of the most incredible experiences for you.
For sure.
But it was
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Usually I insult foreigners from far away.
Amazing. We had thousands of reporters. They weren't treated particularly nicely either, by the way, but I got along great with them. And because of that, it started rough, remember, with, Rocket Man, Little Rocket Man. And he said, I have a button on my desk, a red button. I said, I have a red button on my desk, too. Mine's bigger and mine works. Yours doesn't. And this went on for a couple of months. And then all of a sudden, the logjam was broken, and he wanted to meet. And we did meet. And we get along great. To this day, we get along great.
What do you mean, fucking to this day? When's the last time you spoke to Kim Jong-un? maybe it's me. You know what? Maybe I take it back. Maybe it's one of those friendships that he has with them where, you know, time passes, but you just pick up right where you left off. You know what I mean? Like the text can kind of sit for a couple days, but then you just start haha, and then you're right back into it.
He won't talk to Biden. He won't even talk to these people.
He
won't even talk to him. He has no respect for him. He's a man. If he respects you, he'll respect you. He wouldn't talk to Obama. Obama tried to get meetings with him. He wouldn't meet with him. He met.
By the way, Obama didn't try to get meetings with Kim Jong-un.
With me. I met with him twice. I would have had a deal worked out with him. He's got.
You woulda. If only you'd had a full 4-year term to actually, as president of the United fucking States.
Tremendous nuclear capability.
He's got 9 and they suck.
It's the single biggest problem. Maybe this show's more important than even I thought it might be, because somebody's got to understand what has to happen, and they have to de-escalate.
So how would you do that now?
Well,
yeah, there's a good, there's plenty of time left in this clip. There's like this much left. How would you, we know it's the biggest threat, bigger than global warming, like fuck recycling, stop trying to save the Great Barrier Reef, stop wastewater and the treatment plants, so don't even worry about fresh water, bullshit. You should live every day in fear of a madman getting his thumb on the button, which you have no control over, and fuck it.
Now, so you have a problem.
Yeah, we definitely have a problem. You've established that.
This crazy world is blowing up in the United
This crazy world is just wild. It's blowing up.
The States has absolutely no say, and Macron, who's a friend of mine, is over with China, kissing his ass, in China. I said, France is now going to China.
No.
You take a look at Saudi Arabia. Look at what happened. They're great people.
Hi, dum-dum. He's asking you how you denuclearize the world.
They wanted to help us. He goes over and gets a fist pump. You know what a fist pump means? Don't shake my hand because your hand's dirty. That's what a fist pump is. They got it, and they were so insulted. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Oh, I don't want to shake your hand. Let's go fist pump.
A fist pump. By the way, that was, for those of you, if you'll recall.
He'll respect you. He wouldn't. It's the single biggest problem. Maybe this show's more important than even I thought it might be, because somebody's got to understand what has to happen, and they have to.
Somebody's got to understand what has to happen. And that followed up a question from Tucker.
De-escalate.
So how would you do that now?
How would you do that now? And his response was, Macron is meeting with China. Look what happened with Saudi Arabia. He only gave him a fist bump. That means your hand's dirty and I don't want to shake your hand. By the way, fucking Delta COVID.
Well, now, so you have a problem. You got this.
Yeah, like, look at it. I don't know. Here's how you de-escalate for your health. Okay, last chunk of this shit. By the way, is it just me, or is this fade happening while we're watching it? I know I'm a little tired and not on my A game because I'm exhausted, but shit.
Do you think Biden will stay in the race?
Look, I watch him just like you do.
Do you?
And I think it's almost inappropriate for me to say it, but I deal with other people. I don't see how it's possible. And it's not an age thing. You know, like I say, I have friends that are 88, 89, 92. Bernie Marcus, Home Depot, is 95. Smart as hell. He's sharp as he was. I mean, he's
a little racist. He's bigoted. He hates his workers. He's getting a little short-tempered. He doesn't drive. But, I mean, other than that, he could be the president of all Americans, especially the ones he hates.
Mentally, Bernie Marcus, Home Depot, founder of Home Depot, one of the founders. I mean, I had a meeting with him a few months ago. He was 100%. I know people that built their fortunes from 80 to 90. They were always struggling, and they made a fortune from 80 to 90. A couple of people in particular. It's amazing. He's not too old. You know, his age. I think they do the age thing because I'm 4 or 5 years behind. They say this is a way of getting Trump. Let's go him up. But
what?
something wrong. I saw his answer today on television about whether or not he was going to run to a very nice guy named Al Roker. I mean, you can't get a softer question than that. That was a long answer, talking about the eggs and the this and that. Look.
Jesus Christ. You answered. The question was, do you think Biden's going to run? Does he stay in the race? That was, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's talking to Al Roker, and you get a soft thing, and he's talking about eggs, and I didn't even know, and people are sharp, and the guy from Home Depot, and...
I don't think he can. But say what you want. They didn't expect him to get it. Yeah. You know, people could say...
Yeah. They didn't expect it. I thought they cheated, and they guaranteed they were going to get it.
He won an election. You know, it always goes, I got the most votes of any person, any sitting president in history. I was told if I got 15 million less, I couldn't lose.
Yeah, that's what you're told.
They're surrounded by vicious, smart people.
Okay, as opposed to vicious, stupid people like Stephen Miller, like people who you had on?
Radical left people. But they're very smart and they're very vicious. It's not him. It's not him.
He's a good guy. Fuck, I ruined my... God damn it. No, he's an animal. He's a monster. He's trying to... I hate him.
He's now in Ireland. He's not going to have a news conference. When the world is exploding, I own property in Ireland. I'm not going to Ireland. The world is exploding around us. You could end up in a third world war, and this guy's going to be in Ireland and not having a news conference. He hasn't had a news conference, I guess, in months. I saw today where he hasn't. It's been.
Well, he can't. So if he doesn't run, if he's taken out by his own party, or who knows what happens, but it doesn't seem like he's capable of running again.
Yeah, but what if he's just sitting in a room with another man and a little table and a couple of flowers and nobody else is there and they just feel like dancing?
Who does run?
Well, obviously the one that they would talk about would be the vice president, Kamala. That would be the one that they talk about. But I don't think she's performed well on the big stage. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, she didn't bring anybody on like Pence, you know. Like she can't pick them like you can, I guess.
But there are a certain group of people that will go crazy if it's not her. They're going to go very...
Brown people.
Yeah, they're going to be very angry if it's not her. That's a problem.
Who?
You have a very ambitious guy in California, but he's done a terrible job with the state. I used to get along great with him, you know, when I was president. I got along really good, Gavin.
Well, you got along with Gavin Newsom?
I did. I really did. He was always very nice to me. He said the greatest things.
Yeah, because he had to, or we wouldn't get PPE.
He would say things like, he's doing a great job. Oh, he was very
nice.
About you? About me. That's why I could never hit him, because he was so nice to me. It's just...
Hey, look at this. Look at this asshole finally recognizing that he can be played just with his shitty ego. By the way, Gavin Newsom, I already like him. He'll make a great president one day, and he's already gone up 10 points in my book right now, just because this asshole just realized how easy it is to drag him around by his ever-sniffing fucking nose.
Laying in wait, right? But I could, you know, he was very nice to me, and relatively speaking.
Yeah, again, because if you weren't nice to Trump, he wouldn't send you PPE and your people would die.
Some of them weren't. We did a good job for the governors. But...
yeah, the question was, do you think Biden... All right.
They talk about him. They talk about some others. I just don't see Biden doing it from a physical or a mental standpoint.
Yes.
I don't see it. But it's been...
But you said that before, and he kicked your ass.
A crazy period of time in the world of politics. But he's surrounded by people. You know, they expected Bernie to win. Now,
no, they didn't.
Bernie's older than Biden. You know, whether you like him or not, he's sharp. I watched him being interviewed the other day. He's 100% sharp. He hasn't lost much, if anything. Bernie Sanders. But
oh, that guy. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Bernie Taupin. I figured, I was like, I don't know if, because he's British, he couldn't even run.
You know, he's older. So it's not an age thing. I just don't see him.
So they're trying to prevent you from making it to the general election by tying you up in lawsuits, charging you with crimes.
Or you committed some crimes and you have some civil liabilities, and you fucked around and you're starting to find out, and that may impact your ability to run. It's not because anybody is doing this for that reason. It's that this shit is interfering with the goal you set for yourself because you're an asshole.
Describe the process.
It's the old Soviet process.
It's the old Soviet process. No, they just spray something in your face and push you out a window.
Soviet process. And you've described it as...
No, he didn't mean that as a joke, stupid. Tucker just laughed in Trump's face, and Trump doesn't know why he laughed at that. I'm not kidding.
Legitimate. If this goes to trial and you get convicted, how would you respond in the middle of a presidential campaign?
Well,
how would
it's so off. Statute of limitations are years off. It's hard to believe. Usually when you have something like this, the Democrats say, oh, he's terrible, guilty. The Democrats have even said, I'm innocent.
No.
I watched some of these, I think it was...
Like Van Jones?
Andrew McCabe, the FBI guy who I fired. He came out, he said, they've got no case. They've all come out and said it. And then you've had...
And yet, that has no impact on a court of law. And the grand jury obviously disagrees with them because they've seen the evidence up close.
Andrew McCarthy, you've had Jonathan...
Andrew McCarthy? How did Ali Sheedy vote?
Jonathan Turley, Greg Jarrett, Dershowitz, all of them. Everybody,
Anybody who's ever gotten a hand job at Epstein's house, all of them think he's innocent.
And they're, down the middle people. They see it. They say there's no crime.
By the way, Andrew McCarthy directed a few episodes of Blacklist, I think. I thought it was nice of James Spader to bring him on.
There's no anything. Think of it, Tucker. I've been through 7 years of bull investigations. 7 years. They've looked at, I have a very big company, much bigger than they understand. In fact, when they finally got my taxes, they said, whoa. They took them years to get the taxes. They got them. That was the last you ever heard. You never heard one thing about them.
No, they used them partly as evidence to put Alan Weisselberg in jail and to fine your company. And they're still going through them.
But it took them years to get them because they shouldn't be looking at my taxes. I was surprised the Supreme Court gave them the right. They shouldn't be looking at people. That's sort of another one of the tenets. You don't do that.
The tenants? You don't do that? Motherfucker, you promised to show them.
But I didn't care that much. I just...
You fought for years.
On principle, I fought them.
On principle. Yeah, that's what it was. On principle, I don't want to do what all other presidents have done because you'll find out where my money comes from.
And they looked... I built a great company when...
Yes, and it tenants, exactly, not tenants.
You do the things that I do, and you employ thousands and thousands of people over the years.
The same people.
It's just thousands. We've done a great job.
Yeah, a lot of them foreign nationals with no papers.
And then I ran for president. People were surprised that I won, but I used to see these rallies, and I'll tell you, the rallies are bigger now. The enthusiasm is more now than I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's there's more enthusiasm. It's just fewer people. It's all packed into, instead of 10,000 dumbasses, I have 800 fucking lunatics. And Jim Jones will tell you that's way better
than I've ever seen.
So what do you think, since your poll numbers have risen consistently since they raided this place, Mar-a-Lago?
Well, before they raided
in August,
they were going up substantially before.
Well, they definitely moved.
Since then, they've really been going up.
So,
have you thought about maybe getting raided again?
How do you think?
Can you plan? Have you thought about maybe getting someone to sneak you some classified documents so you can have them raid Bedminster?
Your opponents will respond.
I don't know how well. We have two opponents. We have a primary opponent. We have a general election opponent.
I mean,
I don't know what you mean by everyone hates me. That's a big question.
The Democratic Party using the legal system.
Well, what they're doing is they're finding, and think of this, they say 11 million pages, but whatever it is, through all of these Democrats' investigations. I had the Mueller hoax. I had...
oh, for fuck's sake, get on with it. The question was, how do we spur nuclear deproliferation.
Impeachment hoax number one, impeachment hoax number two. Ukraine, 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 Russia, Russia, Russia. You knew the Russia, Russia, Russia. I got that whole term from you. Russia, Russia, Russia. You'd be screaming and I'd say, this guy's a comedian. But you remember that whole period of time.
Quite
Russia.
well.
It turned out to be a total fake. But think of this. I tell this story very seldom.
You tell what?
Because it's a sad story.
Well, okay, we're about to hear a story we've all heard a bunch of times. I tell it seldomly. And by seldom, I mean all rallies and interviews.
So the Russia, Russia, Russia hoax was made up by crooked Hillary Clinton, Adam Schiff, the DNC, the Democrat Party. The dossier is a total fake thing. We're suing them now, as you know, on that. We're suing
that'll work out great.
them a lot because, unfortunately, Bill Barr didn't have the courage to do what he should have done. He was so afraid of being impeached. So I have to do it civilly. I have to sue people. The Justice Department should have done because these are criminals. But think of this. So you have all of these millions and millions of pages, and they get you on a non-disclosure agreement? I mean, big numbers, billions and billions of dollars, right? And they get
Yeah, that's not the only thing they, quote-unquote, got you on. Those have been sitting there for a while. Also, your company was found guilty on all charges, and your CFO went to jail. And some of those 11 million documents were the reason why that old man went to fucking jail.
You want a perfect non-disclosure agreement, or they get
a perfect non-disclosure agreement. This is great. I very seldom tell this story, but I had her sign it, and I was like, she didn't have a pen, and we were looking for one, and I was starting to lose whatever erection I had.
Nothing. A friend of mine who's a big business guy said,
oh, fuck. This is going to be you must be the most innocent person. Yes, I seldomly tell the story about this guy who, sir, you must be the most innocent, sweet person.
You have to be the most honest guy in the
this bullshit.
world. Because with all of those numbers that you have and those big numbers, they don't have anything.
And they're still looking, by the way. And they got your CFO, and they find your company, and they got you on this. 34 charges, felonies.
And you have to see, take a look at the people I just mentioned. Read what they said. There was no crime. In fact, a lot of people saying he indicted somebody. There's no crime. That's illegal to do.
No, it isn't.
You know what he did. So I don't see it going. I mean, we'll have to see.
So, but just to bottom line it, the purpose of this is to keep you out of the presidential race.
If I weren't running, or if I had bad poll numbers, let's say.
Right.
You do.
And again, remember, the Democrats are the party of disinformation.
By the way, if I wasn't running, they would stop going after me, which is the exact opposite of the reason why he announced, because he thinks this is the only thing that will protect him. They were already moving in this direction, and he'd already been subpoenaed, and they had already done the search warrant on Mar-a-Lago. He thought running for president as soon as possible would put up a political barrier that would stop the Justice Department from going after him, because now he's a candidate for president.
Information. If they want you to run, if they want to run against somebody, they're going to go the opposite. For instance, they don't want to run against me. And now, I just gave you a poll. I'm 9 points up on Biden. But they're the party of disinformation. So what they say is, oh, we want to run against Trump. Now, they always do that. You know, they do that. And other people would do it, but they do it pretty much better than others.
Is there anything they could throw at you?
Gibberish. I don't know what the fuck.
Legally that would convince you to drop out of the race. If you get convicted in this case in New York,
no, I'd never drop out. No, I'd never drop. It's not my thing. I wouldn't do it.
They cut out whatever the fuck he was saying there. That's the last one of these? Yeah. There might be more to this later. I don't know, maybe.
Subscribe to the.
Nope, that's it. Yeah. Phew. And by the way, hold on one second. Let me pop this over here. Don't. Well, we got through it, chat room. Boring, same shit, not surprising, dull, will not move his poll numbers in any positive direction. Same old, yeah, Gish Gallop bullshit. And, and you've got Tucker Carlson just kind of ball cradling for him. And, of course, not interrupting any of the bullshit, except for once to laugh in his fucking face. About the Soviet Union quip, which you could tell Trump meant seriously. He did have tears in his eyes. The most honest guy, yeah. Don't make a drinking game out of any of Trump's recurring bullshit because you'll end up with cirrhosis of the liver. I'm going to call it for the evening. I love you guys, if that's okay, because I've been on for more hours than I've been asleep in the last 30 hours. So cut me some slack, and I love you guys, and I will see you later on. Take care of yourself, if that's all right. And I will see you guys tomorrow, 4 p.m. for the regular show. You're awesome. Okay. Oh, and another thing.